Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seat. We are starting shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seat. We are starting shortly.
My name is Paloma Richard, and I am the Director of the Office of Nuclear Incident Policy and Collaboration at the United States National Nuclear Security Administration, or NNSA. Thank you for joining us for this scenario-based policy discussion, which is sponsored by the NNSA. This scenario-based policy discussion will explore decision-making, complexities, and themes that can arise while going through a response scenario. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Brandon Williams, the Administrator for the National Nuclear Security Administration.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is my first visit to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and with respect to the Director General Grossi, I suggest that we have all of our winter meetings in the Gulf region and maybe just Vienna in the summer. But I will leave it, of course, to them to decide that. It's an honor to represent the National Nuclear Security Administration and the United States at this flagship conference on managing nuclear and radiological emergencies. Hosting this event in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the first time this conference has been held outside of Vienna, is a testament to the Kingdom's commitment and capacity to contribute substantially to international efforts. And so we thank you very much to be the host. I sincerely thank Deputy Director General Airview, the IAEA, Conference Services, and our gracious hosts, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, including His Excellency Dr. Khalid Al-Isa. Thank you for convening this timely and important meeting. I bring you greetings from President Trump and Secretary Wright. Just weeks ago, the United States and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia signed a historic agreement signaling a new era in energy cooperation. And my presence here signals the President's desire to move out and get things done. I'm also pleased that my wife Stephanie could join me here in Riyadh. It is quite nice to have a spouse that will go to a nuclear emergency preparedness conference. Not everyone would. The National Nuclear Security Administration is the largest part of the U.S. Department of Energy. NNSA consists of 68,000 men and women. We spend nearly $75 million per day, and in my opinion, is one of the finest scientific and engineering organizations in the history of the world. We perhaps are best known for our three national laboratories, Los Alamos, Lawrence Livermore, and Sandia, and I'm greatly honored to have been asked by President Trump to lead this organization. I am meeting almost all of you for the first time, and I'd like to share a little bit of my story with you. I began my career as a nuclear submarine officer in the Navy, and I'm a proud representative of Admiral Rickover's legacy. I have thousands of hours supervising the operation of nuclear power plants, and some of you might call these small modular reactors, and I have many hundreds of days at sea in that service. You perhaps already know that the U.S. Navy has operated hundreds of small modular nuclear reactors at sea for over 60 years. You know, as I look out at this audience, I see partners in nuclear safety. Though we may be rivals in other ways, we all share a common destination. Safe operation of nuclear power means a prosperous future for all of us. You know, one thing that I learned during my submarine service, there is no easy way off a submerged submarine. Just think about that for a moment. Everyone on board arrives at the same destination, and a single bad decision by one individual can create a severe set of consequences for everyone aboard. To state the obvious, we are all in this together, and I hope that you will come to learn from our experience at NNSA in emergency preparedness and response, and I hope that you will invite us to come learn from you as well. And I think that's what this conference is about. The IAEA's conference announcement states, as the world grows more dependent on nuclear power, the risks of nuclear and radiological incidents are evolving. As I reflected on that message, it resonated with me that many of the greatest technological opportunities of our time also come with great challenges. The same technologies that will secure our energy independence and power our economies and individual innovation must be managed with vigilance and care. Of course, this is especially true with nuclear power. It's true with artificial intelligence. It's new with virtually every technological revolution. We need to empower responders, enhance preparedness, strengthen safety, and shape the future to minimize risk wherever possible. Global public confidence in the safety of nuclear technology is our collective responsibility, those of us in this room. I am proud that the United States has long championed the gold standard for the safe and responsible use of atomic science. As the nation with the largest number of operating nuclear reactors and largest nuclear power capacity, the United States has decades of experience in executing the stringent standards necessary for consistently safe nuclear power. As the world expands its interest in nuclear technology, we are eager to be a part of this effort in ensuring that safety advances together, along with technical development and our collective economic prosperity. Regarding the future and expansion of nuclear power, we know that Generation 3+ designs of pressurized water reactors recently completed in the United States and Finland are the most advanced and safest reactors in the world. Their highly advanced designs reduce the likelihood of a nuclear or radiological incident resulting from an accident or malicious act. Yet these significant design improvements cannot lead us to complacency. A nuclear or radiological incident, as we all know, can have widespread and grave consequences. We cannot afford to relax our vigilance in monitoring nuclear sites, nor our capabilities in responding to incidents. Approximately 40 IAEA member states around the world are interested in or currently pursuing nuclear power. This is a remarkable and historic expansion of the footprint of nuclear energy around the world. And with that, these nuclear newcomer countries will need to implement proportional emergency preparedness and response measures, as well as requirements for safety, security, and safeguards. The IAEA is the critical partner and is a critical partner. The role of supporting member states to be active in holding one another accountable for adhering to nuclear safety standards and security norms is imperative. As I said, we arrive at the same destination together. We are stuck on the same submarine together. So while each IAEA member state has the right to the peaceful use of nuclear energy and technologies, that right also comes with the responsibility to do so in a safe and secure manner. Indeed, the last few years have challenged our assumptions. Countries are concerned with the possibility of military strikes on civilian nuclear facilities, first time in history. Energy infrastructure has been weaponized, and at NNSA, along with experts from our DOE labs, we have been very involved in the nuclear safety challenges in the Ukraine theater of conflict. These interagency teams, and along with our multilateral partners, have done an amazing job in Ukraine, and I commend them. I've instructed these teams to take the lessons learned from the theater of conflict in Ukraine regarding the safe operation of nuclear power in a combat theater, and to take these lessons learned and bring them back into the design and planning of the nuclear renaissance in the United States. I think it's clear that the United States will be developing potentially several hundred new nuclear reactors domestically over the next several decades. In many ways, NNSA has been working closely with bilateral and multilateral partners on strengthening emergency preparedness and response capabilities, crisis management, grid resilience, and other measures to reduce the risks of a nuclear or radiological crisis. As part of this effort, we have developed new tools that we are implementing in the United States and promoting globally, including aerial monitoring and remote sensing, advanced consequence management modeling, and advanced international forensic exercises, among others. And as I said previously, please come learn with us. We have really a remarkable organization of experts and a lot to share. It's an exciting time for nuclear power in the United States. We are strengthening our commitment to nuclear energy as a cornerstone of our energy independence and our energy strength, and we will actively support our allies and partners in striking deals for advanced reactor technology that have proven nuclear safety records and surety designs, like those developed in America and our allies. Like many of you, we are preparing for the age of small modular reactors. As I mentioned, that is really the foundation of the hundreds of nuclear reactors fielded by the United States Navy. SMRs are key in matching reliable power to the high energy consumption technologies that will define the 21st century. And of course, I'm talking about artificial intelligence and data centers. As a side note, just 3 years ago when I entered service in the United States Congress, they were projecting just tremendous growth in demand of energy in the United States. As we sit here today, those numbers are now twice what were projected and anticipated just 3 years ago. It really is a remarkable time of energy growth in the United States. But connecting these SMRs to local power grids, and of course many behind-the-meter implementations, as well as any nuclear power reactor, it requires corresponding safety, security, and emergency preparedness, or EPR, measures, and all the way down to the local level. In fact, proper implementation of EPR requirements enables these reactors to be built right in our communities, and that is key for nuclear development in the United States. Proper EPR measures through robust testing will allow developers and end users of these technologies to assure communities of the effectiveness of these measures and the safety and security of these reactors. Again, it's very interesting to consider the events of the Ukraine conflict and to bring many of those lessons learned into our domestic grid. As we've experienced in the United States, some of the most important questions when it comes to the initial response to a radiological or nuclear incident are, what is the risk? Where can I get help? And who is in charge? The scenario-based policy discussions we're about to participate in includes examples involving radiological material outside of regulatory control and a threat to a major public event. These are scenarios that we at NNSA think about and practice all the time. The question of who is in charge is very important in this scenario, and I urge the government officials, regulators, and responders who are participating to keep this question in mind throughout the event and the follow-on discussion. NNSA takes major public events very seriously, whether at the upcoming FIFA World Cup, a presidential inauguration, or an international summit hosted by the U.S. NNSA's Nuclear Emergency Support Team, or NEST, participates in all of these events, and they stand ready to detect, identify, and to respond to any potential nuclear or radiological threat. More than half a century of NEST exercises and responses have shown us that preparing for a nuclear or radiological incident of any kind, and we routinely refer to this as our worst day, it's about developing, to be successful in this response, it's really about developing the tools and strategies required to respond decisively when the unexpected occurs. Fundamentally, a nuclear or radiological event does not respect national borders. It takes global action to address and mitigate, which of course you know, which is why gatherings like this are so critical and so important. During the immediate aftermath of Chernobyl in 1986, I happened to be in Vienna during that summer. And I remember very clearly the trifoil symbol at the local farmer's market signifying that the strawberries had been screened for radiation. And I was also involved at that time with a group of Americans that were urgently bringing baby formula into Poland, not very easy during those days in 1986, because they were concerned about the concentration of radioisotopes in mother's milk, and that being a danger to infants in Poland. That was part of the response, and from Vienna, this organization literally happened to be visiting, was involved in that kind of relief effort. Together, all of us, we can strengthen global nuclear and radiological emergency preparedness and response and ensure the benefits of nuclear technology are realized safely and securely. The power of the atom has been harnessed for less than a century, but its impact on our lives can be seen everywhere and is profound: electricity, medicine, and in agriculture. We have a great responsibility for the nuclear century ahead of us. All of us in this room have that obligation. As the world enters a new nuclear era, it is within our power to ensure that that era is defined principally by responsibly and safely harnessing the strong force of the atom. These are such critical times. I want to thank you again to the IAEA and to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry, I keep getting that. For hosting this important conference and for your continued partnership with us at the Department of Energy and at NNSA in advancing our shared mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Administrator, for that strong message on our shared collective responsibility to strengthen emergency preparedness and response. I'll now invite to the stage our distinguished panelists for the scenario-based policy discussion.
Number 2 is here. Number 2 is here. Number 2 is here. Okay.
Hello, how is everybody today? So we are now going to begin the introductions of our esteemed panel. I will begin to my left, we'll go down, and then we will come back to me.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. I'm Elena Buglova, Director of the Division of Nuclear Security at the IAEA. And just a small addition to this, before becoming Director of Division of Nuclear Security, for 10 years I was the head of the Incident and Emergency Center at the IAEA. So it means my heart is very close to the EPR and to the topics we will be dealing with now.
Good morning, I'm George Bowman. I'm the Deputy Director of the COBRA unit in the PM's office in the United Kingdom. I should be really clear, my background is not a nuclear one. It's an all-source threat assessment and crisis management background. But in essence, my teams deal with crisis response on behalf of the Prime Minister, and also when we're out of crisis to deal with preparing for crisis, how we respond and how we recover.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gino Munsami. I'm from the National Nuclear Regulator of South Africa. I'm the Deputy Information Officer for the regulator. I'm also responsible for public communications and international relations. I also have a primary function of being the Public Information Officer during emergencies. I look forward to this session and engaging you further.
Good morning. Christopher Smith, Deputy Associate Administrator for Counterterrorism and Counterproliferation within the U.S. Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Administration.
Good morning, everyone. I am Muzammil Hussain from Pakistan. I work there at Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority, having more than 19 years of working experience in EPR. That also include few years working with the agency. So I am mainly responsible for coordinating and managing activities related to emergency preparedness response. That also includes the managing operation of the National Radiation Emergency Coordination Center at PNRA.
Good morning, Kevin Williams. I'm the acting Office Director for the Office of Nuclear Security and Incident Response. And then prior to that position, I was the Division Director for Materials Safety, Security, State, and Tribal Programs. And in that capacity, we focused on source security, in material that's outside of regulatory control, working with IAEA on a number of activities. And then in my current position, we have a threat assessment in terms of, the type of activities that are before our licensees and reactors.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dominic Nsengyumva. I work for the Radiation Protection Bureau in Health Canada, where I am the manager of the Nuclear Emergency Preparedness and Response Division. And in that capacity, we have a team of to prepare Canada to be able to respond to any nuclear and radiological emergency. And particularly Health Canada is the lead department for the Federal Nuclear Emergency Plan. So I will be talking along those lines with other plans that we're talking about. So I'm free to be part of this panel and look forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marcus Greshnik. I'm representing Australia today. I'm from the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Agency. I lead a team of responders and modelers in preparedness and response. I've over 20 years of experience in EPR nationally and internationally. Thank you.
And then again, my name is Chris Norris. I will be the moderator for today's event. I have been with the National Nuclear Security Administration for the better part of 3 years. My job throughout that time has been to connect with EPR professionals and to discuss what their plans, policies, and procedures would be in some type of incident related to a radiological or nuclear emergency. And then are we able to pull up the slides that we have ready at this point? Well, while we wait for that, I will get into the goals of today's event. Oh, there we are. Okay, the goals of this event today is through a best practice discussion with the really the amazing amount of leadership and experience that we have up here today. The goal is to support the IAEA's goal of creating enhanced EPR effectiveness. So that is what we are setting out to do today, and I believe that we will accomplish this to a very high degree. As I get into the mechanics of the event itself, just so that we are on the same page, the panelists and everyone in the room will be presented with one scenario that will be broken into 4 parts. So each part of the scenario we are going to be called an inject. Each inject contains all the relevant information that will be known at that time, and that is what we are going to be basing our discussion off of. In addition, we are going to be asking our panelists to approach the scenario in as if this were occurring in their country. With regard to conduct, similarly, we are going to ask our panelists to respond to the scenario in their real-world role or their real-world responsibilities, and any type of capabilities or limitations that they would experience when trying to conduct some type of response operation as the one that we are about to describe. Today's event will involve polling. This will be an opportunity for not only our panelists, but everybody in the room to contribute to the questions that we are going to pose. As you can see there in the corner, there is a QR code. You can use your mobile device to locate and to arrive at where that location is, and we will have additional instructions here in the next few slides. I do want to note that as you see the questions and as you see the answers that are pre-populated, this is not a test, so we do not have any predetermined right or wrong answers. And in addition, I do want to let you all know that all these answers will be anonymous. The third-party system that we are going to be using to collect this information and then display the results is called Slido. As I mentioned before, your mobile device will be the primary way with which you will interact with the software and answer the questions. Once you answer those questions, we will have the results displayed on screen, and from there we'll be able to have a very short discussion on any type of similarities or differences that we see with regards to what those answers are. The specific instructions: if you are not able to get to the correct place using those QR codes, you can open any browser that you have on your mobile device. You can go to slido.com. There will be a top search field, and if you click in EPR2025 and then click on the arrow, it will route you to the correct location. Having said all that, we will now begin the scenario. So inject 1, your country's law enforcement and intelligence agencies receives credible information involving a threat targeting a major public event or MPE in your major city. This threat involves radiological material out of regulatory control, the potential for this material to be smuggled into your country via a port or border, and the potential for additional threats targeting your neighbors. Our first polling question, and again, you can access using that QR code at the top, or you can go to slido.com and type in EPR25 in that top search bar. So based on the available information, what is your priority recommendation as the next step for your country? Number one, inform border or port leaders of a possible imminent threat. Contact neighbors for information and coordination. Tighten security measures on major public events in urban areas. Contact neighbors for additional information and coordination, or another action. And we will go ahead and just give this a few more moments before we move on. So overwhelmingly, it seems that the answer would be to inform border and port leaders of a possible imminent threat. At this point, anyone either in the panel want to explain why it is that they chose, what answer that they chose?
You know, when you look at this piece, you know, we have agreements in place where, you know, you'll put out like an advisory, something's going to happen, and you're going to see it coming into the ports. And we're going to want to communicate. We have a set of people like at our headquarters operations center, and then that kind of puts in place for our ability to notify our federal partners, you know, and so that we can start ramping up, we can start assessing the threat and what actions we need to take. And I think you heard in the opening remarks, understanding who's in control. So recognize what's the jurisdiction there and what we need to communicate and how we communicate that.
In our situation, I think the first thing we are mindful of is the rapid spread of information in the public domain. So our first step would be to establish a joint information committee, coordinating committee in the country consisting of different role players, and then to issue the first statement within 5 to 10 minutes, speaking with one voice. That would be our approach in South Africa.
Yeah, at this point in Canada, we are talking about a security and intelligence event. So there are organizations that are involved in that. So the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the border services would be part of that in terms of, again, so there are a number of organizations that are part of the security and intelligence event. They are the ones that are going to be involved. But to put things in context, probably in Canada, in this type of event, if you are talking about a security terrorism event, there is a plan called the Federal Terrorism Response Plan. That's the plan that's going to be invoked at the beginning. Then depending on how the situation evolves, there may be other plans that I'm going to be talking about. But at this point, it's only the security agencies that are involved, and the consequence management may not be really knowing what's going on.
In Australia, this would be at the federal level at the moment. If this did make it into the country, then it possibly becomes a state matter. But at the moment, you know, you would have Border Force involved, some security agencies. My agency is a safety agency, ARPANZA. We would only likely get involved at this point if there was a regulatory type requirement. So if this was intercepted and they needed some sort of permits, ideally this is intercepted at the port and exercise is over. So we go to tea. But
yeah, I'll just say I think we have seen the value of port detection as part of a layered defense. Certainly we've seen augmenting traditional border force with detection capability gives you that insight into opportunities for interdiction, but it is ultimately part of what needs to be a holistic strategy, so it doesn't rely on a specific scenario that you think is going to drive. We've seen, and it was talked about yesterday in the opening ceremony, that if we get too fixated on specific scenarios, we inadvertently create blind spots in our response concepts.
Just real quick, that was a very interesting comment with regards to being locked in on one path, right? So I just wanted to make a note of that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, go ahead.
No, please.
I was just going to say to what Chris had said was I think one of the things we need to focus on is communication, right? Who needs to know what they need to know and what do you know? You know, you're going to hear that there's something imminent, some sort of threat. You know, as Dominique had talked about, you know, you're going to it's a security event, and so you need to get as much information as possible and be able to share with the respective folks. You know, we talk about, you know, the role that the FBI plays into this, Customs and Border Protection, and then how do we communicate to make sure we have the right people in place and the right people are notified?
So, as my colleague mentioned, that another aspect which I would like to highlight is that along with coordination and sharing of information is also important to categorize that what type of a threat is, how it's credible. So, and what is at the stake, and then you need to perform a threat assessment or the vulnerability assessment, so you can see what is at the stake and how you can manage that situation more effectively. Of course, in any country, you have a comprehensive system for managing emergency response, including the security event. So you have to realign your resources. You have to be more vigilant. You have to put on alert all your resources. So you need more coordination and sharing of things at that stage. And I think at the threat phase, it's more important that how confidently you are coordinating the sharing of information. Because maybe you are not doing it publicly, but at some stage, at some forums, at the national level, your agencies are involved, and also you are coordinating with the other partners across the globe. So it's important that how effectively you are coordinating your response arrangement. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, in the interest of time, we'll move on to the player questions for Inject 1. The general theme of this question, which I will pose to you, is, you know, when you hear about a threat, what is the key thing that you want your colleagues to know in order to prevent or prepare for this type of incident? And I believe, George, you had a great answer for this.
Well, I don't know if it's great, but I mean, in the Prime Minister's office, I think, well, firstly, don't panic. For those that work in intelligence, you'll be aware how often you get pretty scary bits of intelligence, and if you overreacted to all of them, then you'd be very tired. I think there's three things we'd look at. Firstly, how credible is this piece of information? How does it stack up against wider threats, wider bits of intelligence? What's the open source saying? What is the dark web saying? What do trends say? And, you know, from our point of view, nothing would go to the Prime Minister if it's a single source piece of information. It needs to be assessed and contextualized. Two, I'd be preparing the system for possible response. In particular, what data do we need? What experts do we need? What sort of diversity of thought do you want in the room should that happen? And probably most importantly, what do your local responders need? And thirdly, if this threat comes to pass, it's incredibly serious. This is not something that a lone wolf can do. So I would also instantly be thinking about what the national threat is. If this is a terrorist organization, it's incredibly sophisticated, and therefore we probably had a failure of intelligence already at this point. If it's a state actor, then I am having conversations with the military, national security. Either way, it's already a situation where you've convened your national crisis organization.
Please.
Thank you, Dave.
Yep.
To add on to that, you know, one of the reasons why we established the Joint Communication Center is, one, during a scenario like this, a threat scenario at a major public event, we want to prevent social disorder, number one. So the heightened use of social media, the introduction of AI makes information spread very rapidly. And then by issuing our first statement within 5 minutes, from the authorities' point of view, it is establishing a point of credibility in the public domain. Ultimately, the scenario might evolve, and it also inform decision makers whether to postpone the event or cancel the event. So when you establish these authoritative communication channels with the public and stakeholders upfront, initially, we find it very beneficial that it sort of restores, minimizes the risk of social disorder.
Yeah, because we are talking about major public events, in Canada, we already have pre-arrangements between the police, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the CBRNE teams. Particularly for RN, there is a federal radiological assessment team, and those teams would be already pre-deployed, so that if an event happens, the teams are already there. So we are talking about teams of people, you're talking about equipment, mobile labs, so that again, if an event happens, teams will already be there. The response is going to be much faster because again, there is collaboration between already the forces and then the support teams to be able to support them. So if for a major event, it's already pre-arranged, teams will be there, funding will be already available, but if it's a so what we call a non-notice, that would be different.
From my point of view, I don't really have a big EPR concern with what we know at the moment. Really, it's very much a security exercise at the moment, and there's not an emergency happening. Really, as far as major public events go, there would be relationships between, like exercises have happened between the state and territory and the Commonwealth in preparation for this. So at the moment, I wouldn't have a concern that it's on the radar because there's always a possibility, but these scenarios are usually considered in advance, so I wouldn't be at a stage where I'm concerned about the EPR side of things. But I'd love to hear from the agency on what they think actually.
Well, thank you. I suppose that I'm talking as a representative of the fictitious country A. Still. But it happened to be that I have a good knowledge of what agency can offer and what I, as a representative of fictitious country A, has used to prepare for this major public event as assistance from the agency. So that would be my answer. And within my country, in preparing for MPE, we did utilize various types of activities which the IAEA is offering. And now, at the stage when I'm receiving the threat information, I'm checking that what we have done in preparation is in place. It means that everything with regard to nuclear security systems and measures, with regard to EPR, is incorporated into overall nuclear security plan, overall security plan to prepare for MPE. It means that we are all in the same boat. It's all incorporated. It's clear who is in charge, who is responsible. And all organizations which are responsible for EPR, for detection, for monitoring, for communication, they are all working together and they know who is in charge for the overall structure. That would be my biggest question at that moment when I'm receiving information about the threat. And I'm also checking everything what I analyzed prior to the MPE. For example, IAEA is provided, my country, with a fact sheet based on the ITDB, Illicit Incident and Trafficking Database. IAEA made assessment about the region around my country, looking at trends, looking what radioactive sources were actually trafficked, which were recovered and which were not. So based on this, in my country, we can analyze what is credible to expect, and based on this, yes, increase the security at the borders, yes, check whether our monitors at the borders are working, whether there is enough personnel there to analyze all the information, and whether we can elevate quickly our abilities to respond based on this credible threat. Because in principle, if everything is set as it should be, we will be able to very quickly elevate our level of response. If needed, depends if the MPE is tomorrow and we are just getting information now, we may deploy already the resources just close to the facility. We need to make sure that whatever transport is around is having the increased protection. And there is no transport with rad material coming close to the border of MPE and going through the MPE streets and so on. So that's what I will be looking immediately, because, as I say, I'm representing fictitious country A, but I happen to know what agency can provide in preparation for MPE. Thank you.
Real quick, the only thing I would add for this community to continue to keep in the front of your mind is, as technologies continue to advance, it's become very easy to detect radiation in this type of threat-aware environment. What remains very difficult is to assess those detections, to understand if that is the threat you're worried about, or if that is just radiation that is in the public sector, either doing normal business or part of natural radiation. So finding that right balance and coordination between the law enforcement that is that front line of defense and that technical expertise that understands radiation detection, has experience with radioactive material, is critical during this threat phase, and doing it in a way that doesn't exhaust your limited resources of that expertise.
Excellent. These are amazing answers. In the interest of time, let's move on to the second inject, which is the incident. So there is an explosion in your major city. An initial analysis determines that this is a deliberate act and radiation is detected at the scene. Here is your polling question. Based on the incident and information about the radioactive release, what is your priority recommendation to your leadership? Deciding whether or not to evacuate the area, evaluate if first responders can remain in the immediate area, communicating protective action guidance for first responders in the immediate area, preparing and coordinating public safety recommendations, or another action. And just a few more minutes. So right now, you know, these are organized into the two big health. It's health of the operator, right? The first responders, how long can they be there? And then the health of the population, whether or not to just evacuate the area. Is this the point at which you can do so? Real quick, can anybody speak to the tension between these two priorities? Obviously, we want to keep our workers who are performing these actions as safe as possible. Also, our job is to protect the populace too. Is there a way where you look at this, and is there a way that you calculate, you know, which takes priority over the other?
I think the highest priority, as again, we have to, if the incident is already there and we know what it is, it's radiation. So the highest priority would be to protect the population, the public, and at the same time, also the people who are going to protect them, who are the first responders. So those two elements, there is no contradiction between them. I don't think that it is, because again, yes, you need to protect the population, but the first responders also need to protect themselves. So in that, depending on, again, the situation, we are talking about a public event. For us, people will be there, prepared to respond, and help whoever needs to be helped. Beyond that, I think supporting being able to inform the population of the event. Now, we are talking about a radiological event. If it's in a public major event, the impact of, I think a radiological event is more for creating panic rather than the impact of radiation. So it's how do you manage that panic in the population? I think in terms of the focus, that's where people think about, okay, yes, yes, there is radiation, but at the same time, how do we make sure that the population understands what are the consequences of that? Because in terms of again, depending if it impacts many people or not, but it's more the psychology of panic, and we need to deal with that.
So I will just like to add that if any such incident is happening and that have real radiological consequences, then of course the public protection and safety is the far most important element that need to be considered. So in any such eventuality, the important thing is how we are going to protect the public at that specific incident location, and how we are managing the medical response, how we are managing the forensic evidences to preserve them so that later at the later stage that are useful, because some nuclear security implications are there in such an incident. So I think if any incident happened that is triggered by a nuclear security event, from my perspective, from EPR perspective, the important thing is to take the necessary protective and preventive measures to protect the public. That is more important, and to provide them the medical aid if such anything is happening there. So I agree with that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would add, I think something that Chris said earlier is if you're assessing what's there, then you can look at what's the quantity of material, what's the resulting impact, because if there's an explosion, what is the area that would be impacted? How can we protect the first responders, and then what action do we need to take? Because as Dominique mentioned, sometimes it's just to create panic, unrest, fear, and you may, if you're looking at finding that balance between, hey, we probably just need to shelter in place, that's all going to be predicated on the amount of material that's there, and how it can be dispersed, and what protective actions need to be taken to support the first responders in that regard.
In the interest of time, we'll move on. So these are the player questions for that incident slide that you just saw. My chief question for you here is that when time is absolutely critical to success, what are your priority actions? That time element is something that has to be accomplished. What are your priority actions?
I mean, certainly from the central government perspective, you have to trust your first responders. You've got to trust in their training, their resilience, and their ingenuity. But I think there is also something about ensuring that the barriers to their success are removed at speed, whether that be a central government, whatever, or something else, and that you've unblocked any interagency issues. I think the other thing, there's a general assumption that the public are irrational and that they panic. Actually, our experience is they're pretty good at adhering to what they've been told, so comms becomes incredibly vital. We had a suspected terrorist attack in London a few years ago on the tube, and the papers reported it, that everyone scattered among Oxford Street and hid in Selfridges and Harrods, etc. Actually, the government comms was run hide-tell. I mean, they did exactly what they'd been told to do. So, don't assume that the public will not take rational decisions. So, therefore, the comms might feel like an afterthought, but both locally and nationally becomes important very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think through every step of this process, decision-making is key. In order to make a communication decision, whether to evacuate or whether to take a precautionary action, it needs to be informed by a scientific decision. And so the radiation monitoring, the public communications, and the stakeholders internationally and domestically need to be integrated. So you need to have processes where each one is talking to each other. For communicating to the public, just for the sake of communicating, can be misleading. So the information has to be accurate and informed by science and from the monitoring teams that's happening. So that is very important. In South Africa, we have processes and procedures for that, where there's integration between technical teams, public communicators, the media, international and local stakeholders.
My immediate concern would be casualties. You've got, I guess, three aspects for casualties. You've got people that are in the blast zone, so they're actually seriously injured potentially. You've got people that are exposed to radiation, possibly not showing any immediate issues, but you know, they will need to be dealt with somehow through the medical system, and the worried well. So people that think that they've been exposed, as soon as they hear that there's potential exposure to radiation, they will be presenting in the hospitals. So in Australia, it depends on where in Australia such an incident happens. Some states and territories have a lot more capacity to deal with big trauma than others, and you know, there's a real risk of medical systems getting overrun. You know, we have triage in place based on REACT's training that we've had and things like that. Our capability's really good. It's that capacity and whether you need to call in help from other states and territories or from elsewhere.
Chris?
The only thing I would add to all the great comments made so far is that certainly within the US, we always worry about, is this the beginning, the middle, or the end of an attack? And how does that frame your response? Inherently, you're trusting your first responders to follow their training and to save lives, but then how do you then gain the necessary data to ensure that what you heard in that initial report is accurate? It's inevitably wrong to some degree. How do you refine that to allow you to make a decisive decision for that next phase of the response?
Absolutely. Okay, in the interest of time, we will once again move on to response. Agencies begin their incident response operations. The media begins to report on the incident and request information from official sources. The incident goes viral on social media with many posts containing misleading or inaccurate information. My real question for the group is that in this changing world and the way that, you know, our civilian populations are interacting with information and digesting information and potentially coming to their own conclusions, you know, what are your most effective messaging priorities or strategies or tips in order to deliver to them those most effective life-saving pieces of information that you can deliver to them in the aftermath of an incident?
I already talked about the federal response to the terrorism plan. Now there are 2 more plans that are going to be activated. So because now we are in consequence management and the response. So in terms of the overall coordination of the response, it's a Public Safety Canada. So we have now the Federal Emergency Response Plan. But now that we are talking about radiological event, there is the Federal Nuclear Emergency Plan. The Federal Emergency Response Plan is coordinated by Health Canada, but we are talking about 18 organizations that are part of that plan. And to implement the plan, there is what we call the FNEP Technical Assessment Group. So it's this group that's going to assemble, to collect data, to analyze and provide this information to the federal government, to the provincial government, to the local government, for them, because in terms of the response, it goes from local to, in Canada we are the municipalities, provinces, and the federal. So the way the response will go, will go from local, and if the local cannot respond, overwhelmed, they will ask for the province. If the province can't, they will ask for the Fed. So this FNEP Technical Assessment Group is going to collect data, whatever we can collect, then analyze and provide information to whoever needs to use it to be able to protect the population. So those are the 3 plans that are going to be activated. But each department that may be impacted also will have their own plan that they are going to activate. So that's just the framework of the response, and then every department is going to do what they need to do to be able to do their work.
Similar to Canada, we'd enact a federal and a state-based response, working together across government. I'll a bit of a shout out. I've got a talk tomorrow morning in the other room on this, if anyone's interested. However, yeah, and that enables, I guess, rediversion of more resource if required, including defence resources or from other states and territories to support that response. Certainly, whole of government messaging is key to this. Like, simple messaging that puts in perspective potential doses as well, comparing it to everyday activities. And that sort of consistent messaging, frequent, fast, and often is the best way to go.
Just to add on to the messaging part, when you keep it simple, you're going to be upfront and say what we know, what we don't know, what we're doing about it, and what you need to know. If you follow those 4 bullets, and the public starts believing, it's about having trust, and it's about having presence in your communities. Now, understanding that major public events do take place in areas that have infrastructure. They do not take place in isolated areas, if you look at the events that are happening globally, including here. So your understanding is that the infrastructure around the event concerning the public would be internet, web enabled, would be digitally enabled, and then establishing your communications early. 5 to 10 minutes when the threat started makes you the credible information resource, and obviously government, the government footprint. Case in point in the US, and I was speaking on behalf of the Department of Energy. What happens when there is an event? If you look at the COVID situation, where do you go? You go to the Department of Health, World Health Organization, etc. So governments generally are the credible source of information for the public. But being silent and being absent is a recipe for social disorder.
I'm happy to say we follow the same strategic comms approach as South Africa, and it's by far the most sensible that we've come across. I think there is increasingly the risk of mis and disinformation, and also well-meaning but misleading information in credible publications, because it's just genuinely a really complex issue, and the reporters just don't have the information. So we do a lot of work to upskill reporters in the field around an issue. I think there is also something that's increasingly required, and I think we're trying to work on this, which is hyper-targeted understanding of the messages going out to your communities and who is influencing those messaging, and then you will need to do, there's a secondary layer of targeting on your messaging to make sure that you are delivering messages that reinforces the strategic senior one, but is localized. Because what we often find is we pat ourselves on the back because we've got a really good comms campaign that the mainstream media are talking about, but there's a whole sub-conversation that we're not really aware of, and actually that's leading the debate. And then the last thing that people really often forget is your internal comms. You are in charge of an entire system that is tired and responding to something that's very intense. What are your strategic objectives of the response? It's really easy to get quite a long way into a crisis and not know what you're trying to achieve. And how do you expect your juniors, your police people, or your first responders to understand your intent if you can't articulate that?
I would like to say there are 2 excellent publications which IAEA published, EPR First Responders and EPR Communication. If you Google it, you will find it. And there you will see many things which will actually answer elements which were pronounced already. And I really echo everything what was said by my colleagues at the panel. Just few things to add, that there is a structure in place, there is a system in place. First responders, within their structure in the field, they should have nominated public information officer, who is working from the scene and providing directly information up to the spokesperson at the level of organization. And this spokesperson needs to be really active. To bring technical experts, high level, from the responsible organizations for preparing to MPE, to be in the place and to fill this potential vacuum, which, if it's not filled, will be filled by misinformation. And don't be concerned about using pre-prepared messages, because that's what preparedness is about. That's what training is about. Fill this pre-prepared message with the actual information, and then the main objective, what was pronounced, the main objective of RDD explosion, putting panic in place, will not be achieved. Thank you.
So I just like to add to specific to your question that what type of technical information. I think the most important is what type of modeling results we are getting if we have more information on what the source is involved there. the results of the radiation monitoring teams which they are collecting from there, and of course the information which are collecting there from the crime scene from that. As mentioned by other panelists, that it's very important that how we are making aware the first responders and the law enforcing agencies. That's more important part they have to play, especially in the response. So it's very important that you keep the trend, the first responders and all those people who are not most of the time technically dealing with such type of incidents, but of course they need all type of information to handle such a situation.
Last one. So look at bullet number 2. I don't think I'll speak to bullet number 2. What solutions are there when technical resources and personnel are strained? I think at the outset, when there's the threat, we have a process where we notify the IAEA of the incident, because in the long-term protracted scenario, you're definitely going to need the external resources, and I think the IAEA provided those means for that.
Excellent. One more, and then we'll move on. So one more, and then we'll move on.
Just a word on the resources. So if the resources are strained, and we know that they are going to be. So on that, in the health portfolio, so Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada, we have a database of volunteers who could be called upon to respond. At the federal level, there is a cross-training. Again, the idea is to have a number of people who are cross-trained to be able to respond at least on the generic functions. But one thing, thinking about the first responders, developing some short videos that would explain them how to use equipment if they have equipment. Let's say we have radiation measuring equipment, how do you use it? If you don't use it regularly, you will forget. But if there is a short video that you can just load and look at it and see, okay, this is how my equipment works. So just reminding, just in time training, that's something that we are thinking about, so that we can develop a number of videos and provide to distribute them, so that again people can say, I have this video, I know that I can load it, look at it for 1 or 2 minutes, and be able to use it in the field. So just in time training.
Excellent, thank you. So we have this polling question. We'll go through this quickly. We won't discuss it, but what are your media and public messaging priorities? Health and safety information about radiation exposure, ways to help the law enforcement investigation, general information with no guidance, no message until further information can be gathered, or other. We'll give this a few more seconds. But it appears as if overwhelmingly we are in health and safety information about radiation exposure, so glad we are all in agreement. Okay, wrapping up. Recovery. The initial response and immediate life-saving operations have been completed. The scene is under control, and there's no security threat. The next phase of operations begin. The main theme for this inject is, for effective communication with international partners and for aid flowing, in or out. What, in your experience, do you need partners to know? Because sometimes people think the process is one way and then it's not, and it slows down response. So in your experience, what is the best way to either get aid out of your country to a third country, to have aid come in, or to communicate with those international organizations that would be of most benefit for you during this time?
Should I start with the IAEA? Well, when at the beginning I was answering about preparing, it was the first inject, preparing for major public event, I mentioned that already at this stage, IAEA is ready to assist to prepare for a country with MPE, with dedicated to this country, comprehensive analysis of the ITDB data. And this will be data back to 10, 15 years from the moment of planned MPE, with a really rich information about trends and situation in the area. But now, when we are already after basically after the event. I should say that there is a 24/7 notification system in place at the IAEA. In the IEC, there is a USI, Unified System for Information Exchange and Incidents and Emergencies, and through this system, country with MPE RDD explosion may send notification to the agency and ask for assistance, and through this assistance request, response and assistance network of the IAEA will be taken in place. And this is a network which consists of capabilities of many countries in this room. It contains dozens of countries with really very rich capability in every region. And I just want to mention one technical area, forensics, because it was not pronounced until now. And in principle, during the actions on the scene, look at previous injects, we will need to come to the question, well, what's about forensics? And clearly, not every country in the world has capability for this. Ask agency for assistance, and then agency will get in touch with countries with sound capabilities in forensics, and assistance will be provided. Then also with mass decontamination, because there will be requests from public all around the area, well, I want to check whether I'm contaminated. Also, there could be assistance from countries all around the world in the region. And when everything is said and done in the MPE RDD explosion country, and the country would like to share this information for others, again, use ITDB, then others will benefit from information you will be providing to the IAEA. So those are the things which needs to be taken into account. And also very important, you see there one question about other international organizations. Indeed, they have a role to play. But don't forget that IAEA has a central coordinating role in EPR, in nuclear security, and because of this, there is one mechanism in place, so-called Interagency Committee on Radiological and Nuclear Emergency, which together maintains joint plan of dozens of international organizations. Interpol is there, Europol is there, IMO, ICAO, and so on. So through the IEC of the IAEA, you will also work with those international organizations. It saves time, it's efficiency, it's one voice message. Thank you.
But I have a question for Elena. So for the RANNet, which says Response Assistance Network, there has been discussion, again, the NEA has conducted an exercise on recovery, and there were discussion, people not understanding, would RANNet be invoked in recovery, because we are talking about response and then recovery. So RANNet as is, would it be something that people can refer to, or should there be another mechanism for recovery if you are talking about longer term? So again, there is this kind of dichotomy. Is it RANNet or is it something else it doesn't exist yet, that needs to be developed?
Well, very good question, thank you. I believe we are within this scenario, and with this recovery inject, it's still very close to the explosion, and it's about actions which needs to be done on the scene. It's RANNet scope of actions. Okay.
So the one thing I would add to that is that it's very good to share information from a response strategy of getting things out to IAEA. I also think it's very important to understand the agreements you have in place with other countries. For example, if there's something that happens in the United States, we definitely work with Canada, Mexico. So having that understanding of what's going on, given the high demand of information, I think will be beneficial. And then you can determine what needs to be done, how you're going to do it. And then it does go back to what we talked about in the beginning of, who's in control, who has jurisdiction, and how do you appropriately address those activities.
Certainly in Australia, our Panzer would be conversing with IAEA pretty much as soon as radiation has been detected. So that conversation would happened during the Western Australian lost source incident, and there are several incidents that have been occurring recently that we've been talking to them as the national competent authority, and in that interaction is very much appreciated. As far as assistance, it depends on the extent of contamination as far as recovery goes. We did some exercising of this as part of the INEC 6, which a number of people in the room were probably involved in, and that I guess that identified if it was a really widespread contamination that potentially we would stand up a temporary agency just made up of experts from other agencies, specifically with leading that cleanup. I would think as well, certainly bilateral partners have offered assistance to us directly in the past when we've had any sort of incident. That happens for all hazards, for bushfires, for radiation incidents as well. So I think there are options for us to be able to increase capacity where required. So there's a bit of flexibility in the system there.
I really agree with all the relationship points, and also your relationships at every level of government are really important to leverage, because it's not always the relationship you think that's going to work. The other thing I would say, and my team wouldn't forgive me having to talk about it, is lessons management. This is slightly further down into the response, but it's extraordinary how often we identify lessons from a crisis or an emergency and then do not implement them. And the only time you really realise that is when you are in a similar situation further down the line. It can be really exposing for seniors and politicians in particular to admit that things have gone wrong, but it will be even more exposing if you have a similar situation again and you haven't done anything about it. So having teams that do that and can take an independent look at that is vitally important.
So I would just add, I think the key aspect that I think we'd be looking at is understanding the root cause of this whole event, which is a failure of radiological security somewhere, finding that and trying to address it to prevent it from happening again.
Absolutely. Real quick, do we have, is Susie, are you in the crowd? Excellent. Would you like to very briefly just give the law enforcement perspective on what you've been hearing from your EPR colleagues?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Susie Spigman. I'm a special agent with the FBI. I have traveled from headquarters, Washington, D.C. What I would like to say is I want to place emphasis on one thing. IAEA's incident and threat reporting database, please utilize it. Member nations ought to respond and report any radiological material, orphan sources out of regulatory control to IAEA. That database is very critical in the law enforcement environment because we do utilize the intelligence of it. There are mechanisms in place we can actually reverse engineer and identify the individuals who pose the threat. Again, everybody, as they stated, Chris, it's fantastic to hear that there is a national response framework that we do follow in the United States as well, of course. And as the FBI, the President of the United States has delegated his authority through the Attorney General to the FBI Director to lead the investigations whenever a terrorist act or terrorism-related threats are available. I see also one critical thing, because I know we're short on the time, but planning and preparing, as we all know, is critical. And the law enforcement community, as well as the intelligence agencies, cannot do this alone without the scientists and the subject matter experts here in this room. Without your consistent messaging, as well as giving us the expertise that we rely on, may it be nuclear forensics, we can't do this alone, and we cannot find justice and bring these individuals in a good prosecution. As well as, I agree that there are instances where we will not alert the public, because an incident has to be controlled and it has to be done in coordination with the Central Disease Center. This is in the United States. And the public messaging has to happen simultaneously with the FBI, because we have to send a consistent messaging to the nation. One, public safety, that's the number one priority. Number two, we need to control the panic, psychological aspects of it. And also, to my colleagues here in the audience, please remember that each country has an FBI law enforcement attaché at the U.S. Embassy. If you do need any investigative intelligence sharing, whatever the exchange methodology you would like to use, please reach out to your law enforcement attachés at the U.S. Embassy. We do also provide national assets when it comes to RN matters, not only investigations, but also hazardous materials that can be forensically identified, utilized, investigated, collected in a contaminated environment. We can do whatever we need to do to help our partners here, because as Mr. Williams said, we're all together in this boat. Thank you.
I have a microphone. You can keep that. Take it home if you want. Thank you. Okay, one last polling question. What area would you most like to collaborate in with other member states to strengthen emergency preparedness and response plans, policies, and frameworks? Facilitated best practices exchanges, technical exchanges, bilateral or multilateral agreements, other trainings or exercises, or other. And this is something that, once you gather this data, it's something that may be able to guide the rest of your conversations here, at the conference. So overwhelmingly, with about 75% total, we have either facilitated best practices exchanges, which is something that you just saw here, which is very good, no stress, opportunity to go over plans, policies, and procedures. Look for gaps, look for synergies, look for ways where we can improve, look for, areas where we are very rock solid with regards to response. Technical exchanges, is another very effective tool in increasing, EPR effectiveness. Technical exchanges, bilateral, multilateral agreements, all of them definitely have their place. Here in increasing EPR effectiveness.
I would just like to say on that one, Chris, I don't think we can get enough of training and exercise, whether it's local, national, international. Keep doing training and exercises, and you just can't get enough of that. It's expensive, takes a lot of time, takes a lot of people, but it's worth it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Marcus. So with that, that is the conclusion of today's event. Really quick before we move on, I would like to thank Monica. She was so instrumental in getting this done. I would like to thank my office director, Paloma, wherever you are. She was really... There she is. She was the shepherd in getting this done. And of course, I'd love to, thank our hosts and for everybody who was a part of this. For our panelists especially, round of applause for them. So thank you, everybody. The last thing I will say is, actually, if we could go back to when I just had up the presentation, there's a QR code there. It is a kind of feedback. It's how we did. You do not have to do it, but in future iterations, it would help us be better for the next event. So once again, thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Excellent. Done. I'm like, am I repeating what's
Thank you. Thank you to our panelists for this amazing discussion. Now we will have a break until 11 o'clock. After that, we're going to start our next session. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seat. We are starting shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seat. We are starting shortly.
And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the first of 3 sessions that we'll have in this conference called Innovative Technology within EPR. I was asked if this is a repeating type of session, meaning that the exact presentations will be asked or presented again, and the answer is no. We'll have 3 different sessions with different presenters, just so you're aware. My name is Monica Dobberton. I'm also the technical officer for this session, and I would like to present the chair of this session. With us, we have Sergei Krasnoperov. He is the head of Division of Development of EPR Systems in the Nuclear Safety Institute at the Russian Academy of Science. So, Mr. Chair, welcome, please. And the rest of the session, please, also come to the stage.
Okay. Yes. So, thank you very much. Let's start. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Today, we need to discuss the application of innovative technologies in the field of emergency preparedness and response. We all know that the field of EPR is multi-scientific and is developing using the most modern technological solutions. Of course, yesterday we have discussed massive implementation of big data using remotely controlled system and robotics, and of course use of artificial intelligence elements. So during this session, we would like to receive the necessary information from our distinguished experts and speakers on how and in what areas they perform innovative activities in the field of emergency preparedness and response in the authorities and countries. We will explore how emergency technologies are transforming the landscape of emergency preparedness and response. Our speakers will share practical solutions, lessons learned, and forward-looking perspectives that can help us build more adaptive systems. I think together we will examine how innovation can be harnessed to protect lives, strengthen coordination, and ensure effective action in the face of evolving risks. So, I would like to remind that the program provides 15 minutes for a report, so I ask all speakers to try to meet this time. And of course, I think it would be useful for everyone to highlight the innovation component in your reports. Thank you very much. So there are 5 speakers, 5 experts in the schedule of the session today. And we are starting now with Mr. Richard Maurer from Department of Energy, United States. Dr. Richard Maurer is a principal senior scientist with over 30 years experience in nuclear radiological emergency response for the U.S. Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Administration, and located at the Nevada National Security Site, Remote Sensing Laboratory in Washington, D.C. He has served as a senior scientist team leader for the National Search Program and the Aerial Measuring System Program. He provides international training workshops and courses in the US and around the world, both bilaterally and with agency. He graduated from Texas A&M University with PhD in nuclear chemistry. Title of report is Innovative Technologies for Emergency Preparedness and Response, Advanced Robot and Drone Systems for Radiological Measurements. Please, Mr. Maurer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Saudi Arabia and the IAEA for this opportunity to present some of our innovative techniques and equipment that we've developed over the years. And I'll start the presentation. I am with the U.S. Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Administration, the same organization that did the previous presentation. I'm going to talk about advanced robotic and drone systems for radiological nuclear response. That seems like a timely topic that everybody seems to be interested in. Over the years, we've worked with developing different radiation detection systems. One of our specialties is practical application. So we do get research and development funding as part of our mission. However, the federal government wants to see a product. They want to see something come out of it that can be used by first responders, expert responders within a few years. So it's important that we try to address that, and I'll tell you a little bit of how we do that. Okay, so we look at robots and drones as, or UAS, some people call it UAS, drones, as a tool to carry our sensors. So we look at a problem like a radiological dispersal device that we saw in the last presentation as the problem. And we have to address the solution to that problem with tools, detection tools. So when we look for a robot or a drone system, they're already developed. We're not developing those. We just go out and commercially buy those, or we buy a kit and put it together. What we're interested in is the sensor that goes on that system. Can it carry the sensor? And the sensor we design is designed to find the solution to the problem, that radiological dispersal device we saw in the previous scenario. If you think about the problem that was shown in that scenario, you take a radiological dispersal device which has explosives and it detonates. What happens to the radioactive material? Okay. Now we've broken that down into 5 components, and each of those components we figured out a technology to address the measurement of those components. The first component is when the explosion occurs and there's a fireball, some of the radioactive material goes up in the air and it's heavy and it comes back down and it settles around the ground zero area. That's the first component. So we know where that is and we know what needs to be done to measure it, and I'll explain. Second component, as part of that fireball and plume, the lighter particles go up in the air, they get caught in the wind, and they drift downrange and settle out on the ground as deposition. That's the second component. We know how to measure that as well. Third component, some of those particles that are in the wind will move towards the buildings, and it will actually stick to the side walls of that building. we know how to measure radiation stuck to the side of a building. That's the third. The fourth component is some of that radioactive material will land on the rooftops, okay? And as you can see where this is going, a drone system now is the ideal tool for measuring the rooftops. So that's the fourth component. The fifth component and final component is there are radiation materials within the device, maybe the radio that set it off, or the telephone, some electronic components. There's also the metal container, whatever is housing it, produces fragments. And those fragments are dispersed around the ground zero area. And some of those fragments are radioactive. Okay? They picked up radioactive material. Some are not. And we know how to collect the radioactive fragments. So if you can measure those 5 components, which is a challenging problem, you can determine, first you can ID the material, that's pretty easy, the radioactive material. Second, can you determine where it all went? Okay, that's very important. We know how to do that. And the last component is, well, how much was there? How much material was actually in that device? That's what FBI wants to know, who was talking here earlier. Your government's going to want to know, is it all there? And so with the techniques and the instruments we developed, we can actually quantify the amount of material that's around ground zero, that's on the fragments, that's on the walls, that's downwind on the roads, streets and roads, and on the rooftops. So I'll talk a little bit about that process. So we have a pretty good strategy, as I've laid out, for real-world applications, and we've tested this. We've done simulations, we've also done experiments. And so we have some ideas on practically how to do this. Have we solved it completely? We have not, okay? There is some unknowns still left, but we've solved about 90% of the problem, okay? Now, how do you do that? How do you do that? Well, your detector system, you make a sensor. We happen to use sodium iodide detectors, and we put them on the sensor, but a detector with no shielding around it is going to see in all directions. So if I roll a robot into the contaminated area towards ground zero, what's going to happen? Okay, think about the various components I told you about. As you drive in, you're going to measure what's on the ground around ground zero. As you get closer, you're also going to measure ground zero. That's where a lot of the heavy particles went. And as you're in that area, you're going to measure all the radioactive fragments. However, you're going to measure those in one measurement. They're all combined in one measurement. And that doesn't do us any good, okay? We want to know the individual components because that's going to help us work back towards the actual device. So what do? We take a tungsten collimator and shield, and we put that around the sodium iodide detector, and it's on the robot. And what that does, it makes it look straight down on the ground, okay? So it's only about a half meter above the ground, looking straight down. So when we drive that robot towards ground zero, even though we're approaching a very hot spot at ground zero, we're still seeing only what's on the ground. It's a very effective approach to map out the radiation patterns at ground zero. You can't do it with a detector that doesn't have any shielding. Okay, so you have to use these techniques. By doing that, we can separate the 3 components: the material that fell at ground zero, the material that's scattered around ground zero, and the radioactive fragments. Another thing we've been working on with the universities, particularly University of Las Vegas in Nevada, USA, is a way to simulate dispersals. It's very expensive and challenging to go to a national laboratory in the U.S. and do an explosion with radioactive material. We have done it, we've done it many times, but it's very expensive. So what we have done with the university on the left side of this picture here is we use individual radiation button sources, about 10 microcuries, say, of cesium, cobalt, and in this particular set of measurements, we set up to do a large dispersal, a medium-sized dispersal, a spill, like inside of a laboratory, and a transportation accident spill. By placing these point sources in the patterns you see on the left, each of those individual dots, if you can see those, is a source. So this was what we call the 100-source experiment. It's very challenging. We put those sources out, and then we take our robots, which the DOE has, and the university had UAS systems, and we put the radiation detectors on their UAS system. We had our shielded and collimated robot detection system, and we basically drive back and forth at 1 meter line spacing across each of these scenarios, okay? And at the same time, the drone system is flying a couple meters above where the robot would be, and it's also measuring in a very tight pattern the parallel lines of measurements, and we're collecting that data. Then on the right side up there, you see we take that data, they're individual data points. Each data point takes a second to collect. We take all those data points, we combine that data with GPS data, high-resolution GPS data, and then we contour that data and we make it look like a plume, okay? So those scenarios on the side are actual measurements of what we were trying to do is simulate a plume. So if you want to train people and you don't have access to a training facility where you can disperse radioactive material, you can use point sources, and this is a demonstration of that a training opportunity, say an innovative idea for a training scenario. And it's much cheaper to do this, and it's much safer, actually. And these were the 4 scenarios I mentioned: a large dispersal incident from a radiological dispersal device like a RDD, a small dispersal incident from a transportation accident, large spill accident from an industrial accident, and then a small spill accident, say, in a laboratory environment. For the simulations, we use cesium for the large dispersal. Again, we had 100 sources total, called it the 100-source experiment. We used cobalt for the small dispersal. We used americium-241 for the large spill. And then for the small spill, we used europium-152. Again, that's the scenario as we set it up and laid out the various dispersals. We do use a GPS system that's much higher resolution than a normal GPS. We had a sub-meter, less than 1 meter, spatial resolution. The data was collected. You know, it's counted in counts per second, okay, gamma rays per second in the detector. We combine that with the GPS data. That goes into a control unit, which is attached to an Android phone. It's telemetered to the cloud, and then we can watch it from outside the scene as if you weren't going in to the contaminated area, you were watching it from outside and letting the robot and drone do the measurements. Okay. And again, just a larger display for you to see that, those scenarios. Now, the other thing that's important if you want to process the data to get what you really want is activity per square meter. So if your detector's looking down on the ground through the bottom of the robot, because it's got the collimator and shielding. What you want to know is I have a field of view of about 1 meter diameter looking down, okay? So I know the distance of the detector above the ground. I know the efficiency of the detector. I can then take those counts per second and convert those to microcurie per square meter, or activity per square meter. So once a second, we're driving that robot back and forth, and every second, it's collecting another measurement. At the end of those measurements, both if it's a live exercise or a simulated exercise like this, we can then add up each of those measurements and get the total activity of the deposition. Because that's what you're really after, is activity per square meter. You can't use the general counts per second. That's not going to be useful to anybody. In summary, we use these techniques and we call them demonstration exercises. They're not very expensive to develop the technologies. We're very good at fly-in radiation detectors, put them in mobile systems, backpacks, you name it. But this is an application that could be very useful, say in a crime scene investigation, where everybody's asking you, where is it, what type of material it is, did you get all the fragments? The robot is very good at finding fragments that are buried in the ground, because it can measure through the ground and find those fragments. And you may come up with a piece of information that help you solve who did the terrorist incident and trace it back to a particular location. So it's a way of looking at these very complicated scenarios, whether it's an RDD explosion, a nuclear power plant accident, a transportation accident, any of these, breaking it down into the individual components, as I've mentioned, figure out a technology that can address that, an innovative technology that does not exist. Then you develop that technology, you test it, and you come up with a prototype, and then you can then mass produce that if it's something you want to use. So that's our expertise, is field measurements, how to characterize where radiation goes in an emergency, and I just want to present some of the way we look at innovation at our laboratories in the U.S. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Maurer. We will have opportunity after the last presentation to ask questions. So let's continue now. Next speaker is Mr. Ahmed Al-Malki, Saudi Arabia. Ahmed Al-Malki is nuclear engineer with 7 years work experience in nuclear and radiological regulatory commissions, environmental radiological monitoring and early warning department. Title of his report is The Saudi National Network for Continuous Environmental Radiological Monitoring and Early Warning and Background Radiological Data from Cosmic Ray Studies. Their role in preparedness and response to emergency situations. Mr. Ahmed Al-Malki, please, it's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Riyadh. Today, I'm pleased to present the Saudi National Network for Continuous Environmental Radiological Monitoring and Early Warning and Background Radiological Data from Cosmic Ray Studies, their role in preparedness and response to emergency situations. I will begin the presentation with an introduction about the Saudi National Network, followed by the Environmental Radiological EPR Challenge and NRRC's approach to it, followed by background radiological and cosmic ray data and their role in EPR in emergency situations, then modeling the cosmic ray component, then integrating the full data with the enhanced environmental radiological EPR and EPR framework. Finally, I will conclude with lessons learned, challenges, and future outlook. So what is this network and what does it do? The network is established and operated by the NRRC to monitor the ambient gamma radiation levels and to release an early warning in the case when an abnormal environmental radiation behavior is detected in emergency situations. The network supports NRRC in fulfilling its responsibilities under its statute and the National Plan for Responding to Radiological and Nuclear Emergencies, as well as fulfilling the Kingdom's obligations under relevant international treaties and agreements. Currently, the network is consisting of 400 stations, a significant increase from just 70 stations several years ago when NRRC was established. And these stations are distributed across Saudi Arabia based on a comprehensive risk assessment study that I will discuss shortly. The expansion of the network emphasized both the quantity and the quality of the stations, and all procured stations were designed with redundancy top in the mind because NRRC recognizes the importance of availability of such early warning systems. For example, all stations are required to be powered primarily with solar energy, with redundant option to be powered with AC power. For data transmission, all stations transmits the data using cellular network with redundant option to use satellite communication. Also, all stations are rugged, designed to withstand the harshest environmental conditions. So a typical NRRC station would look something like this. It includes energy compensated Geiger mirror detector with meteorological unit that collects several environmental parameters, all in a rugged design. As you can see, this is the mobile version of the stations. NRRC have both mobile and fixed. The fixed stations will not have the tripod at the bottom of the design structure, and all stations are equipped with high-capacity batteries that can operate the station for at least 5 days without any charge. All these stations are connected to the National Emergency Operations Center in NRC headquarters using a secured and encrypted channels. In addition to the continuous monitoring of ambient gamma radiation levels and the early warning functionality, the network is integrated with NRRC's decision support system to develop and validate dispersion and prognosis models. The station's placement is guided by a comprehensive risk assessment study that was carried out by NRRC that took into consideration many factors, including grain, wind speed and direction, elevation, slope, population density, regional nuclear activities, and many other factors that guided and optimized the placement of these stations. Currently, about 75% of the stations are hosted by facilities owned by the civil defense. About 22% are hosted by facilities owned by the border guard. Also, NRRC operates several stations offshore in the sea near the eastern coast of the country. All the data coming from the network are fed into the integrated system internally in the Emergency Operations Center and publicly through public portals and open data, regionally through GCC RDIP and bilateral agreements, nationally according to the National Plan for Responding to Radiological and Nuclear Emergencies, and internationally through ERMIS. All our stations are live and connected on ERMIS. One of the primary operational challenges in environmental radiological monitoring is distinguishing a potential threat signal from the highly variable and fluctuating natural background. This is a real existing challenge. This background consists of contributions from cosmic ray, terrestrial radiation, as well as the atmospheric radon. And if thresholds are set too high to avoid these fluctuations, there will be false negative alarms, potentially missing real events. And if these thresholds are set too low, then there is a risk of triggering many false positive alarms. This is a real existing challenge. As you can see in the chart, there are natural spikes, and the real signal is actually much smoother. NRRC's approach to this challenge is to develop an analytical intelligence by shifting from just collecting and analyzing raw data to actually identifying, modeling, and accounting for all these contributions. In this paper, I would like to focus on the cosmic ray contributions. Other components have been mitigated, and NRRC have taken a lot of measures to handle them. For example, integrating the rain sensor in the detectors accounted for the most significant noise source, which is the radon progeny washout during rain times. So in this presentation, we will focus on handling the cosmic ray. Rain events are transient, unlike cosmic ray, which is a permanent part of the natural background. And it introduces two problems to our stations. The first problem is the spatial variance, which happens when stations in higher elevations will have permanently higher natural background compared to other stations at the sea level, and the temporal variance when the atmospheric pressure would influence the cosmic ray flux, resulting in small changes in the cosmic ray dose to the station. We believe that it is important to handle all these components because the benefits are higher sensitivity to real emergency events, fewer false alarms, and as well faster situational awareness in emergency situations. So what is the process? To overcome these challenges, NRRC has undertaken a dedicated study to develop and validate a methodology that estimates the contribution of cosmic ray to the dose levels. The process was first the dynamic inputs to this model. This model is not static, it's dynamic. It takes real-time inputs like the time, the coordinates, the elevation of the station, the geomagnetic cutoff rigidity, the current solar potential, and other relevant atmospheric and geophysical inputs. Then the cosmic ray flux is estimated. The full energy spectrum of the cosmic ray flux can be estimated, and finally accounting for the cosmic ray at that specific location and time. In addition, NRRC was able to estimate the full spectrum of the primary and secondary cosmic ray dose to the kingdom, and was able to generate national maps showing the levels of cosmic ray in each location. These maps are very important to give an insightful idea about the spatial variance due to the cosmic ray. This is the annual annual effective dose rate from the cosmic ray, protons, neutrons, and all the other components of the cosmic ray, up until the full total annual effective dose from the cosmic ray. These maps are available and can be viewed anytime on NRRC's website. So what is the results? The results, this process produced a refined data stream that more accurately represents the stable terrestrial background plus any potential anomalies. Now, this directly enhances the entire EPR framework. Lessons learned, operational experience at the NRRC have shown that the aesthetic thresholds is not suitable, especially for nationwide scale networks. Also, data fusion is high impact. When adding contextual information to the measurements, this is really helpful to have a much better and cleaner data and for better decisions. Ongoing challenges, uncertainty quantification and propagation, operational integration with the whole network at the real time, future outlook, full-scale implementation and network scale validation, as well as now we have the infrastructure to potentially leverage with advanced analytics and techniques like machine learning, pattern recognition, and so on. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed Al-Malki. So we have reached the middle of our agenda, and the next expert is Sergei Galushin from Sweden. Sergei Galushin is a principal consultant at Visus Group with a PhD in nuclear engineering, specializing in probabilistic safety assessment, level 1 and level 2, cyber accidents and source terms estimations with expertise in atmospheric transport, dispersion, and dose assessment. Sergei Galushin leads RASTEP EPR decision support tool development and maintenance. Title of his report is RASTEP, a decision support tool for emergency preparedness and response. Mr. Galushin, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And today I'm going to talk about RASTEP, a decision support tool for emergency preparedness and response. So before actually talking about RASTEP, I wanted to talk about the context of its application. So in normal situation, like in everyday life, when we prepare for an emergency, we have a detailed and complex set of assessment criteria. We have access and expertise to a set of complex mathematical models to simulate accident progression, source term release to the environment, and also atmospheric transport and dispersion. And also we have comprehensive and extensive documentation. Large information and data is available, and most importantly, the time aspect is not critical, so we have a lot of time to perform this analysis. However, in an emergency situation, information and data may be limited, uncertain, or delayed. And emergency responders will be in need for quick decisions, and they will need an answer or answers to these two simple yet very crucial questions. Approximately how much radioactivity will be released to the environment, and approximately when. And this is the core idea behind the RASTEP software. So the Swedish Radiation Safety Authority wanted a tool for assessment of radioactive releases to the environment to use it during the early stages of a severe accident when little information would be available. And the idea behind this tool was to replace missing information with likelihoods, and Bayesian belief networks were chosen as kind of the most appropriate tool to incorporate new information as it becomes available, and then the missing information would be basically based on some prior beliefs incorporated into the model. And this basically led to this software development. And this slide illustrates kind of the final solution. So right-hand side on the slide, you can see the graphical user interface, the snapshot from this graphical user interface, and left-hand side is the underlying model. And if you look at the graphical user interface, on the right, it shows the likelihood ranking of possible accident scenarios and associated source terms. And on the left side of the graphical user interface, there's a list of observable states in the affected plant. So as situation develops, the user can introduce new observations into the model, and then the model will perform re-ranking of possible outcomes for the affected plant. And behind the graphical user interface, there is a raster model. So it is on the left hand side of this slide. And the model has two parts. It has a Bayesian belief network, and it has a database of pre-calculated source terms. The Bayesian belief network is based on the results that we get from a probabilistic safety analysis, and also we collect a lot of insights from deterministic analysis, emergency operation procedures, and also severe accident management guidelines when we develop these models. And the database of solution is basically based on deterministic calculations with integral plant response codes like MAP or Melcor or Aztec or any other. And the goal of RASTEP is to provide emergency preparedness organization with decision support for independent evaluation of severe accident progression and possible off-site consequences. As I mentioned previously, the user introduced information available at the moment regarding the status of the plant. And then the tool performs a likelihood ranking of possible outcomes, and then it also maps this to a pre-calculated source term that the user can use for dispersion and those calculations and ultimately decision making. And this is a typical scope of RASTEP application. So as I mentioned previously, based on information available regarding the plant condition, the software performs scenario identification and source term estimation, and then this information can be used to perform dispersion calculations, to perform those calculations, and ultimately to make a risk-informed decision about it regarding the best available course of action. So when we build these models, we use the probabilistic safety assessment of the plant we want to model. We use information regarding initiating events that can occur at the plant. We use event trees that describe plant response to this initiating event, what kind of safety systems are credited to mitigate consequences of this initiating event, what are the system requirements. And then ultimately we use fault trees and fault tree analysis to actually quantify what is the probability of system failure depending on the boundary conditions imposed by these initiating events and also system requirements. So for instance, some initiating events might require 2 trains of emergency core coolant systems, and for some other events it might be sufficient with only 1. And then all this information will be incorporated into the model. And similar approaches used for PSA level 2. So here we use containment event trees, and we use, again, fault tree that kind of quantify the likelihood of failure of consequence mitigation systems, and so on. And ultimately, let me check. Yes, and ultimately the model links the initiating events that can occur at the affected plant to possible release categories and ultimately the source terms. So this is how the graphical user interface looks like. So on the left-hand side, the user introduces observation regarding the plant. It can be process parameters, system states, and status of various operator actions. And then based on this information, the model will perform ranking of likelihood of various source terms or end state and source terms. And in general, when we perform verification and validations of the models that we develop, we see that the software is able to predict the correct accident scenario and associated source term actually quite early in the scenario development. And if we look at the kind of results of underlying deterministic analysis, we see that it can predict the release well before the actual release is predicted to occur by the deterministic calculations. And then the source term can be exported from RASTEP into various ATD tools to perform dispersion and dose assessments, and then ultimately to support risk-informed decision-making under emergency conditions. And this is an example how we model inter-system dependencies within our models, and also how this information propagates through the model. So left-hand side illustrates the emergency core coolant system when no observations were introduced into the model. And for instance, if we know that the initiating event is the loss of offsite power, and we know that, for instance, the emergency diesel generators are unavailable, then the model will automatically propagate this information, and it will basically state that all the system that require active AC power will be unavailable, and then this information will propagate through the model and affect the plant state, and also give most likely release scenarios to the environment. In general, the nodes within the Bayesian belief network are organized into hidden and observable. And hidden nodes within the model, they kind of group intermediate conclusions from other subnetworks. And observable nodes, they are assigned to the questions in the graphical user interface. Hidden nodes can be either probabilistic or deterministic. Probabilistic nodes are typically based on PSA and fault tree analysis. And deterministic nodes, they employ 0-1 probabilities in these conditional probability tables within the network, and these model logical relations with other nodes, and it can be used to model system dependency or system requirements that we derive from the PSA. And observable nodes, this is something that we can observe, the affected plant. It can be temperatures, pressures, dose rates, and other parameters. It can be nodes that represent success or failure of manual or operator actions. And it can be more complex qualities like system response or something similar. And to sum up, so RASTEP is a decision support tool for emergency situations. Nuclear power plants, it works through the graphical user interface, and it's based on answering questions related to the status of the affected plant. Modeling is flexible and typically based on the data produced by the probabilistic safety assessment. And thanks to underlying Bayesian belief network, the ranking algorithm has no minimum information requirement and updates quickly with every new piece of information introduced into the model. There are various reporting functionalities. It is possible to generate both Word and PDF reports that contain the source term information and also information introduced to the model together with the description of the selected scenario. And it's also possible to actually export the source term in the RX format, and then to import this information into the ATD tools that support RX format, and then to perform dispersion and dose calculation using this information. So these are the models that we develop over time. There are some plant-specific models that contain very detailed both PSA information generated by the probabilistic safety assessment for the plant, and also information from linkage to information in the emergency operation procedures and CRX and management guidelines. And there are also generic models that don't have the same level of details as the plant-specific models. And to the right, there is a list of current users of the RASTEP software, and also organizations that were involved in various R&D activities related to this product. And with that, I'd like to conclude this presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Galushan. The next report will be presented by Mr. Alisher Kurban Mamadov from Russian Federation. He works in Scientific and Engineering Center for Nuclear and Radiation Safety, which is a technical support organization, TCO, of Russian regulator Rostekhnadzor. Title of report is Assessment of the Technological State of Nuclear Power Plant and the Distribution of Radionuclides in containment during the accidents, including severe accidents, using precision and fast-running computer programs. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alisher Kurmamamadov, and I'm Senior Research Officer in the Accident Lab and the Scientific and Engineering Center of Nuclear and Radiation Safety. Today, I would like to guide you through the methodology that improves our ability to model severe accident and rapidly assess fission products distribution in the containment. Nuclear power is reliable, but accident may lead to radioactive release. In Russia, these risks are managed through the State Emergency Prevention and Response System, which includes a subsystem dedicated to monitoring nuclear and radiation hazardous facilities. The Informational and Analytical Center of Rostekhnadzor plays a key role in this subsystem, collecting plant data, forecasting accident progression, and supporting regulatory authority decision-making. However, during the emergencies, time becomes the critical resource. Best estimates severe accidents codes are accurate but slow, and this creates the gap. To address this gap, we developed the fast assessment approach. Here's the structure of Informational and Analytical Center of Rostekhnadzor. We have the management group, groups for assessment and forecasting of nuclear power plants' technological state that I will talking about, groups for assessment and forecasting radiation situation and nuclear power plant site, technological support group, and media and public relations group. Inside the IAC of Rostekhnadzor, a specialized group conducts technical state assessment during emergencies. To cover the full spectrum of accident progression, we developed a two-level modeling system. Rapid assessment models for design basis accidents and design extension conditions without the core degradation, and severe accident fission products distribution model for core degradation cases. This layer structure allows us to switch models seamlessly depending on accident evolution. So I will briefly describe all of the levels. So the rapid models uses the Rainbow software for neutron physics and thermohydraulics, TPP for secondary site and containment processes, and the MVTU software for automation and graphical user interface. These tools allows us to create the models that runs up to 10 times faster than real time and providing us the immediate understanding of the plant state. Once the accident begins to challenge core integrity, we move to the second level. As soon as the indicator signals the possibility of core degradation, we activate models predicting radionuclides transport and deposition in the containment. Data from the first level becomes input for the PAMIR software, which calculates fission products distribution in containment rooms and source term parameters. The underlying database is built using the best estimate severe accident calculations. This brings us to the primary thing of our work, the methodology that based on interpolation. So the aim during the development was the rapid, scientifically grounded supporting system during the emergencies when minutes matter. During the development of this method, we reviewed the modeling tools, developed a bunch of detailed severe accident models, identify the dominant release factors, develop a new multi-dimensional interpolation approach, develop the PAMIR software to implement it, and conduct full verification of a wide scenario set. But does interpolation provide enough accuracy to emergency response? Across all we tested the approach and all the major isotopes, including iodine, cesium, krypton, xenon, across representative containment rooms. Here's the results of the verification on scenarios with station blackout and large break locker of the different diameters. Not only large break, but loss of coolant. Our objective was to compare interpolation results against full real best estimate calculations. So across all the leaks, interpolations show consistently low relative errors, typically up to tenths of percents, relatively stable accuracy across most isotopes and the rooms, sufficient precision for the real-time decision-making. This demonstrates that interpolation is an effective surrogate for slow, high-fidelity models. After we confirmed that this method have enough accuracy, let's summarize how the methodology works as a whole. The methodology consists of the four main stages. First one, preliminary stage. We made a plan design analysis, model development, and high-fidelity severe accident calculations. Then, after that, we developed the detailed parametric analysis to identify dominant factors such as leak size, station blackout timing, etc. Third, building structure scenario reach based of severe accident results. And finally, during the real emergency, PAMIRS selects the closest reference scenario and calculates interpolated results. To explain the mechanism more precisely, let me show a bit of the math behind the interpolation. The process involves identifying nearest accident scenarios, determining interpolation coefficients, computing the weighted sum of the radionuclides values, and then a result is obtained like in a seconds. It's a great improvement over the severe accident calculations on the best estimate codes. But still, accuracy must be controlled. So for this, we've developed adaptive algorithm for selecting the reference calculations that uses half-division selection algorithm for database development. So let me explain a bit. If the midpoint reference scenario exists, interpolation is compared to the true value. If the error exceeds the threshold, the parameter space is refined. The process repeats until the required accuracy is reached. This guarantees both speed and controlled precision. So we verified the methodology using scenarios varying in timing of the scram to station blackout to leak onset, leakage sizes and locations. Verification metrics included radionuclides activity error, release initiation error, and error in the timing of the key severe accident events. Discrepancies remain small and acceptable for emergency use. The methodology was tested in emergency drills at Rostov, Balakova, Kalinin, and Novorossiysk NPPs. In all cases, it proved reliable, fast, and operationally effective. To provide context, let's compare this with some international benchmarks. According to the data from OECD benchmark that was in 2015, interpolation errors achieved with our method are comparable to the international analog approaches. So, to summarize, we developed a fast, accurate methodology for predicting radionuclides distribution during severe accident at nuclear power plants. It fuses high-precision modeling with multidimensional interpolation. It provides accurate results in the time frame suitable for regulatory decision-making. It's implemented in the PAMIR software package and has been proven effective during full-scale emergency exercise. So, thank you for your attention. That's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Larisher Kurbon Mamadov. Thank you. And Mr. Gabriel Zorloni finish the session part of our activity in the frame of part 1 session, Innovative Technologies for EPR. He's a nuclear engineer with expertise in radiation measurement and detector research and development. He's graduated in nuclear engineering from Politecnico di Milano and earned a PhD in energy and nuclear science and technology. After a postdoc at CERN RP Group, Mr. Zorloni joined ELSE Nuclear as research and development engineer. Title of report is Development of Portable Systems for Radiological Monitoring in Emergency Scenarios. Please, it's your turn.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for joining this talk. So today I'm here to talk about, of course, the development of these two devices for emergency response. So I go straight to the point. Accident unfortunately happened. This ICRP told us, but of course we see we have several operating and in construction NPPs in the world. In standard situation, but also in emergency situation, the objective of radiation protection is to mitigate the radiological consequences of the exposure, basically. And the best way to take proper action is to know what kind of source was released, where it is, and know this as soon as possible in order to take action in a good time. The exposure routes in the case of the release from an accident of an MPP is quite complex. Today I will focus just on a small part of the internal contamination, which is due to direct inhalation, and in this case the most critical isotope in the early phase is iodine-131. But also we can have the deposition of such isotopes on the ground, then they can go through water and then in the soil and in the food we are going to eat. And in this case we have the problem again of iodine in the early phase, but also mostly in the later phase also from isotope like the cesium-1. These objects I'm going to present were developed within a sort of framework, which is the so-called rescue project. The rescue project is a part of the European Civil Protection Mechanism, devoted in this case just to CBRN emergency. How does it work? In a few words, basically a member state will make some stockpiles of some strategic stockpiles to tackle with the different kind of CBRN emergencies. Then if a nation in the world run out of this kind of strategic stockpile, they may ask the Commission for help, and the Commission in a couple of days have to judge if this country is can actually be helped, and then they have to send these kind of devices to this nation. The problem here, from the point of view of sending also instrumentation, is that we need to create something which can be easily transported, deployed, and used, because in principle we don't know who is the end user and which strategy he will adopt during this crisis. And of course, they are out of this kind of strategic stockpiles, so they are in a really crisis situation. Within rescue, we focused just on two objects, which are a food monitor and a thyroid monitor. The food monitor has several requirements. I tried to summarize the most important from our point of view. Which has, first of all, we are in a crisis situation, we don't know who will be used that, so we have to focus just on the most important isotope for the contamination of food, which in this case they consider it was iodine-131 and cesium-134 and 137. The objective is to screen a large amount of food, so we need something which is highly efficient. But it should be used in a crisis area under possibly all environmental conditions, under the rain, with cold, with really hot temperature. And it should be easily deployed and moved by a single person, so really compact stuff. Similarly for thyroid, but in this case we have to focus just to iodine, and of course we need to screen not food but people, and people is the general public, so we have to measure all kind of age groups, so from young children up to adult persons. In a quite short time frame, let's say in more or less 1 year, we proposed an idea and we went to mass production of these two kind of products. The first one is called Fumon. It's a food monitor you can see in the render on the slide. This is a portable food monitor and it was designed within this framework, so it targets just iodine and the two cesium isotopes. It is based on sodium iodine, so we try to increase the efficiency as much as possible, also working in a Marinelli geometry. To try to limit the effect of the background, we have to design also a LED shielding around the measurement chamber, but of course we need to have a portable instrument, so we have some weight constraints. In the case of the thyroid monitor, this is called Timor. It's similar to some extent in the sense that it features the same portability and ruggedness, but in this case the system is based on just 3 components, which are an LDENT instrument, a tablet for powering and reading the MCA, and eventually a tripod, because in principle we don't know if the person has a table or they have to stand, or they want to use it handheld. In this case, the instrument is designed to work for different kind of age groups, and we will see how we manage this challenge. So, the instruments do different stuff, but they are basically really similar in the conceptual design. So we identified some key features, which are, of course, the quick setup time, the portability, lightweight, ruggedness, and so on. But, of course, we don't know the level of expertise of the end user, so we have to assume that the end user is not an expert. So we have to work quite a lot on the user interface, which should be as easy and as intuitive as possible. But, of course, the result should be accurate, fast, but also accurate. So we need to implement algorithms to retrieve the quantity they are interested in, so food contamination, becquerel per kilogram, thyroid contamination, becquerel in thyroid, automatically, basically. Of course, last but not least, I think it's quite important, usually these kind of systems are delivered with some radioactive source for the efficiency or energy calibration, but in this case, we have to keep in mind that we are sending the instrument in a crisis area where logistic is really one of the key points, so we have to avoid the use of any kind of also weak sources. The procedure for the development, which had to be fast, was starting from numerical calculation and from literature review. So we developed a numerical model of both instruments, and then we went for fast prototype of both of them. Doing so, we were capable of validating our model and receiving feedbacks from our labs, of course, but also from the end user, so from the rescue people, and also from some collaborators from external institutions which are expert in this kind of measurement fields. We were capable of improving the model and then performing a second round of validation on a second prototype, and go this way up to the production and final validation in the field. So the scientific approach behind these two objects is starting from what we already have. So we didn't start from scratch, but we follow the guidelines. So we start from guidelines from the ICRP, some suggestions from Eurados. So we developed a thyroid model, a thyroid family of phantoms, which are based on the guidelines. Of course, these guidelines does not tell you on how to construct also numerically this kind of phantom, so we rely on some literature data. But of course, this is our model, so from Else Nuclear, and then we need to validate against someone which is more expert than us. And luckily, we have friends both at CEMAT, which is a research center in Spain, and at STUC, which is the radiation safety authority, let's say, in Finland. And they allowed us to validate our model in the case of the thyroid monitor. In the case of the food monitor, here the geometry is much more simple because it's a Marinelli geometry, so it's well known, let's say. We have, of course, to calculate the effect of self-absorption depending on the of the sample and on the density, but of course it's much easier. But in this case, we are targeting 3 isotopes which has some crosstalk in between, so they have some overlapping peak, and we have to take this into account also during the simulation phase. So at the beginning, we developed our prototype, and we have the capability of testing them in our labs internally using different kind of source, from point source, Marinelli sources. The last one is really interesting. This is a soil sample enriched with normal materials, so uranium, thorium, and potassium. We sent it to an external laboratory. They have metrological capability, so now this is a radioactive source, and we were capable of simulating more than 1,500 overlapping peaks in the entire energy range. For the on-site validation, we went to STUC in the case of the food monitor, and we tested it with real sample. The bottom one is a really finished sample, is a reindeer contaminated with cesium. Okay, reindeer is typical, cesium less typical. And the top one, which is in my opinion more interesting, is a water sample contaminated with the 3 isotopes of interest in an amount which is close to our declared minimum detectable concentration, and we were capable of obtaining quite a good results in our measurement time with an with a bias, let's say, of less than 20%. For the thyroid monitor, here we don't just have to validate the model of our detector, but we have also to validate the model of our thyroid, because actually we developed our own numerical phantom. So as I mentioned, we went to STUC and to CEMAT. They have 2 different families of thyroid phantoms. In the case of CEMAT, they have the complete ICRP families as us, so the age are adult, then 15, 10 year, 5 year, and 1 year old. With a single lobe to mimic the thyroid. And in the case of STUC, they have bilobed phantom, but just 3, so the adult, the teenage, and the young guy. These are the results in terms of relative bias, so let's say relative error to some extent, which are, as you can see from the graph, in all cases, so both at CEMAT and at STUC, with either barium plus cesium, barium, and iodine. Barium is used to mimic iodine if you with a much long-lasting source. In both cases, we are well below 20% bias, and our target to be compliant with the IEC is being below 30%, so we are quite confident that the result is really good. And what I am happy with is that we are both above and below the 0 line, which means that our model is something in between 2 references, the STUC 1 and the CEMAT 1. Just a few words about the last performance of the instrument, which are what usually people look at. Of course, we are talking about the minimal detectable concentration in the case of a food monitor. In this case, we decided to compare with European regulations, of course, because we are based in Europe. Our target measurement time was 10 minutes, but actually we are compliant with the Euratom regulation basically in less than 5 minutes, but of course we have to take into account that we can have the mixture of more than 1 isotope, and then in 10 minutes we are really, really well below the limit from the Euratom regulation. In terms of thyroid, here the target is the minimum detectable activity we can measure in thyroid, but it's more difficult to find this number because, of course, here the limit is given in dose, in committed effective dose, and we are measuring an activity. Passing from the activity in thyroid to the dose is not linear. You have to take into account several factors. So we went through the literature. In particular, we referred to the TMT handbook, which is kind of a standard, so in this case, and we find which is the most critical situation in which you have the minimum amount of activity which gives you a dose which is relevant, which is actually the situation in which we are measuring a very young child, 1-year-old child, just 1 hour after intake, considering the standard chemical composition and physical composition of iodine in the case of an accident. And in that case, the target MDA was 100 becquerel, and we designed the entire system to be below 100 becquerel as MDA. To do so, we added a combination of some LED around, using it as a collimator and as a shielding, but also we have the possibility to add some spacing in between the crystal and the neck, basically. So we were capable also of putting down the uncertainty due to shifts, keeping an MDA of the order of 100 becquerel. So, to conclude, within this rescue project, we designed these 2 new instruments, which at the moment they had no equivalent in the market, because they combine the capabilities of instrument to be really used in field, but they target also some requirements which were really typical of this kind of specific situation. So being capable of measuring different age group, different food groups, and we have the possibility, thanks to our friends from CMAN TestUC, to validate them in relevant scenarios. So I finish here. Thank you for the attention, and I open to questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zaloni. So there were many interesting issues, fruitful opinions. Who has any questions? Please, don't be shy. Okay. Okay, please.
Thank you. My question for Sergey Garshin. In your presentation, and you mentioned about level 2 PSA, and how you choose about your scenario. Because in your you mentioned about your hidden node. If I didn't misunderstand it, in your hidden mode, I think in that node also have some different possibilities. That means also have different pathways for accident scenario. So what kinds of scenario you choose? It's just one sequence, one accident sequence, or you combine many level 2 PSA accident scenarios together? Because I didn't understand in your presentation.
It's kind of echoing, so I'm not sure I 100% got the question, but you're asking what kind of scenarios we choose to implement in the model?
Because you have an initial event, right? You mentioned about first you choose for some input data, and then you evaluate how what kinds of accident is happened now, and then you make the evaluations for next step. So what kinds of accident sequences you choose? How you choose that?
All right, so to build the model, we use the same accident sequences as implemented in the probabilistic safety assessment. And there is a weakness that comes with that. So when you build a PSA model, you don't really consider like timing aspects. For instance, system either work or it doesn't work. So yes. But then all the sequences that we have implemented in the model, then these are based on basically sequences that we have in the probabilistic safety assessment model. If that answers your question.
Actually, because this evaluation, I think this software is used for emergency, right? So after accident, we have to make the evaluation of the accident, what happened just now. Yeah, so you mentioned about the PSA evaluation, so I think there is maybe something different with the PSA and the emergency we used. Of course, for PSA, you can evaluate many kinds of accident and make a very complex sequences. But for emergency, we have to make sure what kind of accident happened now, and then we evaluate just for this one we choose. So I just wondered how you choose that specific scenario after the accident.
Sorry, again, it's kind of echoing a little bit. So how do we choose the sequences?
Yeah, after the accident.
Okay, so when we build the model, we also look, for example, if we take plant-specific models, we look at emergency operation procedures and severe accident management guidelines, and these are often symptoms-based. So basically, for every action, you have a list of symptoms that you need to check, and we usually implement those symptoms as observable states in the model. And then the user introduces this information into the model, then it is possible to kind of track back what was the original initiating event and what was the sequence of events after that in terms of safety system response, operator response, and so on. And then it's also then possible to prognose based on the current state and also best available beliefs regarding consequence mitigation systems and their availability to assess what would be the projected state of the plant and release to the environment. And then, since we employ it in kind of Bayesian belief network, it will also propose you some alternatives. For example, if some consequence mitigation system will fail, then it will also include in the ranking list some alternatives. For instance, if some consequence mitigation system will fail in, I don't know, several hours or maybe a day or so, then it will also include some alternative scenarios, if it answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay, who is next? Okay, please.
First, I would like to appreciate all the panelists, all the speakers for their work. And I have specific questions on, I think, to our friend from Sweden and to some extent our Russian friend as well. This is regarding, we have been using or we have been trying to use severe accident codes, MAP, MELCORE, or whatever the versions of severe accidents codes to identify the source terms. In my opinion, when these tools or RASTEP or the one from a Russian friend, our tools are used for emergency conditions, the main uncertainty comes in terms of the release characteristics, especially on the containment challenge modes. Whether it's going to be a faster release, a short-term release, or the long-term release, because the protective action strategy basically is actually largely influenced by the kind of the timeline of releases. As we, so I would like to ask whether both of these tools, have they incorporated the uncertainties in the containment release timelines, or are there any plans to improve the understanding of the release, timelines?
Thank you. The question. So if the question was for me, so we developed this two layers system, and then the results of Pamir software, the calculation of the parameter of the source term, that is the highest high of the source term, is the activity of the different isotopes. We transfer to another group in our informational analytical center that deals with the distribution of the radionuclides on the nuclear power plant site or the land, and they are using the Nostradamus code and all Russian developed codes. So,
yeah, it was specific on the last segment of the source term, especially to address the uncertainties during release or the containment release, scenarios. Whether it's, for the emergency response, we would need a source term that guides us the protective action, right? I mean, what could be the consequence? And this is largely influenced by the release duration. If it's a larger containment challenge, it's going to be, short-term release within 6 hours or so, the containment pressure is going to come down and the major release is going to be in a very short time. And at the same case, if it is sort of an equipment penetration, a leak from equipment penetration, and that could hold for some time, for 12 hours or 24 hours, depending upon the containment pressure conditions inside. So that again will dictate the protective action advice to the district or the local authorities, what sort of like protection, sheltering for a day or so. All this is dictated by this key information on the containment release or containment failure type. So my question was how these specific challenge is addressed in your code. So we can discuss further also, just to not take other panelists' time. So that was my question. And the same goes to our friend from Sweden, like RASTEP. How RASTEP tries to address that?
As far as I understand the question again, it's kind of echoing a little bit.
Sorry.
Regarding uncertainty related to basically containment performance and fission products release and duration, as far as I understand.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So currently we don't have any uncertainties incorporated, so we basically assume so-called best estimate solution. However, we do recognize this issue, and we do perform a lot of calculations and a lot of uncertainty analysis. For example, analyzing containment performance and also uncertainty due to, for example, phenomena inside the containment that may affect significantly the behavior of fission products inside the containment and ultimately release to the environment. So we do that work, but then the issue how to present this information to yes-no decision makers. I guess that's the biggest issue, how to basically represent this information like in a way that it can be used, and also how to communicate this information and then use it for decision making. That's, I guess, the biggest issue for us that at least I have experienced. Thank you.
Okay, please, next answer, please.
And as far as I understand the question, briefly, we have a specific containment failure model that deals with the pressure difference between the room and the environment, and calculates the flow rate of the steam gas through the some leaks. So if we are making the forecast that we are thinking that the containment is localized, and then it becomes unlocalized. So we just change our forecast with this. So we have a additional model for this thing.
Thank you.
Okay, please.
Thank you. Benjamin Zorko from Slovenia. Thank you for all your nice presentations, but I have a question for the first two speakers. I would like to ask, how do you cope, or how do you consider the contamination of devices during the real situation? Under the normal conditions, so the surveying of point sources, this is a quite well-known and established method, as well as for stationary probes. So it's okay to discriminate the cosmic radiation from ground radiation. But what if there is something in the air, some materials that stick to the device, so, and the signal goes to the saturation? Thank you.
Can you repeat the question, please?
It's difficult to hear.
Yes, it's a difficult point to hear.
The question is, how do you cope with the contamination of the devices in real situation?
Good question. All our stations are equipped with a plastic cover that is allowing us to immediately remove this in the case of contamination.
Great.
Yeah.
And how about the drones and robots? They are quite small parts in these devices. So how do you cope with this?
Yes, so in case of contamination, you mean the contamination on the device?
Yeah, that's okay. You have the cover. That's perfect. But I'm asking the first speaker, so how to cope with the contamination of the device that goes and survey the area.
Are you talking about using the drone and UAS at drone and the robot at the same time?
No. Just let's say that you have an accident and some material is dispersed into the air, and you put the drone in the area, you survey, and the material stick to that drone. Then the signal will saturate at some point.
Yeah, I think if what you're asking, can the drone fly in the contamination?
Yes.
So typically we estimate by the time our teams are on site that the aerial contamination will be on the ground, already deposited on the ground. So everything we measure is on the ground.
On the ground, nothing in the air. No material in the air.
Yeah, we focus on only ground contamination for the drone and the robot.
Yeah, which means that you start measuring after the plume passage.
After the plume passage,
okay.
correct.
Thank
yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you. We have time for one additional question, please. Please. Okay.
I have a question from Richard Maurer regarding the use of UAVs. I want to ask, what do you think? What is the ideal height of flight for performing operations of UAVs?
Sir, I'm sorry. We need other people to also ask questions. So I'm sorry, you have to pass on to the chair has indicated somebody else. I'm sorry. We have to give equal time.
Thank you. Thank you all for great presentations. This is Nasser Lataibi from the NRRC. I guess my question is for Dr. Sergi. Thank you for your presentation first. Now, for a nuclear power plant, all of the initiating events are identified, grouped, and sequenced for the progression of the accidents. And then we also know that the frequency of the core damage and also the frequency for the large and early releases for PSA 1 and 2. And also, upon that, we already have procedures for accident scenarios that are already established and the operators are already trained on. Now, my question is, how can the model be used and be beneficial during the accident for the operators? Because it wasn't clear exactly what the outputs are and how they can be used, and in what way can the operators during an accident be used? In what way can the operators during the accident use the model, given that we already have procedures established for all scenarios and whatever could go wrong in the accident situation? Thank you again.
It's echoing a little bit. Could you please repeat the question, but a bit more concise?
Yeah, sure thing. I said that we already developed procedures for all accident situations, and the operators are already trained on, and all of the frequencies of core damage and containment damage are already known. So in what way can we use the model that you developed during an accident, how it can be beneficial during an accident scenario?
Okay, so to answer your question, so the primary purpose of this tool are not operators. The primary users of this tool are not operators. This tool is designed for emergency responders, and emergency responders might be totally oblivious to what kind of like emergency operation procedures or civil accident management guidelines exist at the plant. So they want to know basically the size of the release and when it happens. And this is basically kind of fast decision support tools for emergency responders, not operators of the plant.
So, thank you very much. Thank you for our experts and speakers. We have a time with break and in dinner, and we can communicate each other after this session in the break, coffee break. I think the time is enough for it. So, I would like to thanks a lot for our experts. Thank you very much. It was fruitful for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a lunch break. We invite you to join us at the restaurant. The next session will begin at 2 p.m. We look forward to your participation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a lunch break. We invite you to join us at the restaurant. The next session will begin at 2 p.m. We look forward to your participation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a cada 2 anos. Uma equipe de profissionais altamente qualificados.
Okomashi. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this technical Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seat. We are starting shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seat. We are starting shortly.
Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a wonderful lunch. It's good to see you back. And now we are ready for our second keynote and another round table. So first, our keynote is from Ms. Angela Leek. She is a PhD and a certified health physicist. She has extensive experience within radiological emergency preparedness. She used to be a bureau chief at the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services in the US, and she now has founded and owns Quantum Radiation Solutions, which provides consulting, training, and regulatory support to US state, federal, and international radiation protection partners. Dr. Leek has authored multiple publications, including a nuclear emergency preparedness and response chapter in the 2023 Oxford Handbook of Nuclear Security. So please welcome to the stage Ms. Angela Leek.
Good afternoon. I first want to thank our kind host of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the IAEA for the invitation to be here today. I'm grateful to be here with colleagues from around the world, all of whom share a serious responsibility, making protective action decisions that carry real and lasting impacts for our communities. We make decisions when information is incomplete, when time is compressed, when people are afraid, and when the consequences, radiological, social, economic, and psychological, will shape communities for generations. Today, I want to talk about the importance of balancing risk, especially during a radiological emergency. And I want to ground that conversation in three stories, three very different emergencies that reveal a common truth. The radiological hazards that we prepare for will never happen in a vacuum. They will take place in complex, all-hazards environments and in emergency situations where factors like trauma, infrastructure failure, and medical fragility will pose more immediate threats to health and safety than a radiation dose. These stories help us see radiological emergencies in the way the public experiences them, as a part of a larger crisis environment. My first story is from my home state in the United States, which is the state of Iowa. It's in the central United States, and in August of 2020, Iowa experienced what's called a derecho, and it's a large, fast-moving, straight-line windstorm that produced damage at the level of a Category 2 hurricane. The storm produced enormous damage across wide areas and several populous regions of the United States. Hopefully, the slide should advance. The power systems collapsed across wide areas. Mobile towers fell, leaving people without communication. Roads were blocked by thousands of fallen trees. An estimated 80% of the canopy collapsed that day in eastern Iowa. Emergency dispatch centers were offline, and hospitals relied on backup generators, and families could not call for help. In the middle of all of this was the Duane Arnold Energy Center, which is Iowa's only nuclear power plant, and it suffered serious damage to its cooling towers. The images you see here were dramatic. They're exactly the type of image that could raise fear in any community. But they didn't. There was no panic about the nuclear power plant. There was no spread or misinformation. And there was no sudden belief that radiation was a part of the emergency that day. And most importantly, the public did not shift its focus away from the real, immediate hazards caused by the storm. Why? Well, because the community was already familiar with the nuclear power plant, and they understood the plant's emergency procedures. For years, emergency planners had explained what a safe shutdown looked like. Local residents understood the layers of protection. And most importantly, they trusted the officials and the plant operators who provided the information. So when they heard the message, the plant is safe, focus on staying safe yourself, they accepted it. This allowed emergency managers to focus on resources that could support the real dangers: electrocution and power outages from the downed power lines, blocked roadways that were preventing the ambulances and responders from moving through the area, hospitals that were trying to stay operational, families who had lost homes, and people trapped without communication. And here's something else important to remember. In 2020, we were dealing with the very significant uncertainty and transmission risks from the COVID-19 pandemic. So we had two emergencies going on at the same time. People were already under immense stress. Hospitals and emergency services were already stretched, and families were managing health worries and isolation. The last thing that the community needed was an additional pressure resulting from concerns about radiation risks that were non-existent. But because the foundation of risk communication and trust was already in place, the public did not treat the nuclear power plant as an additional crisis. They stayed focused on the dangers that truly threatened their lives that day. It was a powerful example of the importance of an all-hazards approach to radiological emergencies. When people understand radiological risk, or at least trust the people delivering the message, they're less likely to overreact to non-events and more likely to take life-saving actions during real hazards. The second story is one familiar to many of you, and it outlines a true NATEC disaster, which is what happens when a natural disaster results in a technological emergency, such as a radiological disaster, which is Fukushima. Fukushima Daiichi showed us what happens when nature overwhelms every protection layer we design. In March of 2021, Japan experienced one of the largest earthquakes in recorded history. Minutes later, a massive tsunami struck the coastline, with some waves reaching more than 10 meters high. Entire towns were destroyed. Thousands of people died in minutes. Roads, bridges, hospitals, and communication systems collapsed. And only after all of this did the radiological emergency begin. Under these conditions, evacuation, which is the familiar and often default protective action for a radiological emergency, became dangerous for many people. When guidance values, such as 0.01 sievert or 0.05 sievert, are applied, it can seem like the most appropriate decision. But these values do not consider the risk of other hazards or the risks from the protective actions themselves. Elderly residents and individuals who were hospitalized were moved under extremely difficult conditions, and some of these people did not survive the evacuation itself. The radiological threat, while serious, was not always the greatest immediate danger. Fukushima showed us that in the entire world that radiological reference levels must be flexible, applied to local conditions, and applied with judgment that accounts for social, economic, and environmental factors. Reference levels guide decision makers, and they cannot be set as default for every emergency, and it's important that we communicate their flexibility and adaptability. Fukushima taught us that radiological emergencies are never isolated technical events. They must be integrated as a part of the all-hazards situation. My third story comes from the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic, before there were vaccines or effective treatments. In those first several months, elderly people faced extremely high mortality rates from the virus. During this time, the emergency planners of 2 regions in the United States considered a difficult question. If a radiological emergency occurred during this early phase of COVID-19, should we evacuate long-term care facilities? And to put this into context, under normal conditions, many jurisdictional plans in the United States recommend a default precautionary protective action of evacuation for special populations. And this includes those long-term and elderly care facilities. This is often at a projected dose as low as 0.01 sievert. And these evacuation decisions are routinely practiced during drills and exercises, and they are familiar and ingrained and as a default for many of the jurisdictions across the United States. But during the COVID-19 pandemic, evacuation meant moving medically fragile people into shared transportation, into shared shelters, and at a time when infection risks were extremely high and likely to result in death in the elderly populations. The act of evacuation during this time would cause a far greater and more immediate risk than the radiation itself. After careful analysis of limited information available about COVID at the time, radiological health and emergency management leaders in 2 states, which was Iowa and Connecticut, made a principled and transparent choice. They temporarily revised their radiological emergency plans to raise the projected dose thresholds for evacuation of the elderly population to 0.5 sievert, accepting a higher potential dose to avoid exposing this population to the severe and immediate risks of the COVID infection. This decision was based on balancing the serious risk of COVID-19 for that elderly population with the fact that the risk from 0.5 sievert is purely stochastic, a slight increase in the probability of cancer induction. Keeping in mind that solid tumors would likely not have time to manifest as adverse health conditions in populations aged 70, 80, and above. Additionally, building protection factors, which are often not incorporated into initial dose projections, would conservatively reduce the dose received by at least a factor of 5, which would bring the projected dose down to 0.1 sievert for those who remained indoors and sheltered in their care facility. It was a powerful example of the application of IAEA's radiation protection strategies, applied creatively during an uncertain time. It was justified by evidence, directly reflecting IAEA's principle of justification, which requires that any protective action or decision do more good than harm. Optimized to reflect real conditions. This maps to IAEA's principle of optimization, which requires decisions to be proportionate, practical, and tailored to actual circumstances rather than theoretical ideals. They were prioritized for specific vulnerable groups, reflecting IAEA's guidance on equity and special population considerations found throughout GSR Part 7 and supporting EPR documents. And it balanced radiological risk with an even more immediate public health hazard. And IAEA guidance consistently states that radiological actions must be balanced against other urgent threats, and the goal is to minimize total harm, not just radiological harm. The decision to update the plans reflected a clear commitment by these US states to minimizing harm across all threats. Luckily, we did not have to activate these plans to manage a radiological emergency during COVID-19. But the advanced socialization of this potential adaptation to their familiar protective actions was critical to ensure that we would have acceptance by the first responders and the decision makers if an incident would occur. So these 3 stories show us that balancing risk is essential, but they also reveal something else, something practical and very difficult. It is extremely hard to change commonly practiced or familiar protective actions during a radiological emergency. In the middle of a crisis, everything becomes harder. It's difficult to get accurate data in time. It's difficult to understand the full picture across multiple hazards. And it is difficult to coordinate among many agencies, each who have their own thresholds and responsibilities. And it is very difficult to convince decision makers and the public that a new approach might be safer than the one they already know. For example, imagine trying to explain during an emergency that a community should accept a higher projected radiation dose than what they were taught into drills or what is outlined in guidance documents, because another hazard has become more dangerous than the radiation itself. This is not an easy conversation. Decision makers may hesitate. Public leaders may be afraid of criticism. Communities may struggle to understand why a protective action they have practiced for years, such as an immediate evacuation, is suddenly not the best choice. And in the pressure of that moment, with social media, political oversight, international attention, and limited facts, it becomes almost impossible to redesign a protective action strategy during the crisis. That is exactly why we need to review our current guidance documents and reference levels to ensure they include quantitative or qualitative ways to weigh radiological risks with other hazards or actions, to include natural disasters, chemical hazards, evacuations, or extreme events. This is important so we will actually recognize when another hazard offsets the radiological risks, and it will provide us and our decision makers for bases and justification of those considerations. The data is out there on the risks of evacuation, the risks of moving medically fragile people or special populations, the risks of navigating in extreme weather or fire events. And we just need to take that data, try to develop some metrics and a tool that will help us quickly analyze all of the hazards present, including radiation. We cannot wait until the middle of a nuclear power plant incident, a transportation accident, or other radiological nuclear response to start explaining when evacuation might cause more harm than sheltering, why the same protective actions don't work for all radiological and nuclear situations, when infrastructure, weather, or resource conditions change what the safest option is, why some vulnerable groups may need different dose thresholds, and why protecting the public from total risk, not only radiation, is the right approach. This work must happen before an emergency, in training rooms, in exercises, in community meetings, in policy discussions, and in international coordination efforts, much like this today. If we want flexible, optimized, ethically grounded choices to be possible in the future, then decision makers and the public must hear about these approaches in advance. They must understand why the balance matters long before they're asked to accept a different approach during a crisis. Doing this early allows us to build shared understanding. It builds legitimacy. It builds trust. And it makes balanced, life-saving decisions possible when time is short. So the shared message is we need to look beyond dose. Across the derecho in the United States, in the Fukushima disaster in Japan, and the early COVID pandemic for all of us, they all show the same truth that aligns with the IAEA guidance. Protection strategies must be proportionate, flexible, and focused on minimizing total harm. Radiation dose models do not measure the danger of moving fragile patients, the risk of evacuation, the stress and trauma of displacement, the collapse of transportation or medical systems, or the emotional impact on families and entire communities. Effective radiological emergency preparedness is not just about radiation detection equipment or technical procedures. It's about building a decision system with measurable tools that go beyond dose assessment and that compare multiple risks to choose the safest path for the public. This requires updated, clear, and well-practiced decision criteria that incorporate what we know about multiple hazards. transparency about the uncertainty, and ensure understanding that protective actions will need to change for different events, different populations, and over the timeline of an emergency from the earliest phase all the way through to cleanup. Providing this risk balance ecosystem is not merely a scientific process. It is a commitment to actionable, adaptable options that ensure public safety and trust. Communities already use an all-hazards approach to balance many uncertain risks during more common or familiar incidents such as natural disasters or chemical spills. So let's integrate radiological and nuclear aspects into this all-hazards system so that we can let our response agencies do what they already know how to do. As we reflect together today, I'd like to leave you with one question. How do we ensure that our decisions, made under pressure with imperfect information, will minimize total harm, not just radiological dose? Because whether the radiological emergency happens together with a severe storm. All right, thank you all so much. I have the honor of now introducing the moderator of the panel. Brooke Budemeyer is a certified health physicist with Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories in the United States. He is a nuclear expert on all things security and emergency response related, and will be leading us in discussions to dive a little deeper into how we can balance these risks. Brooke?
Thank you, everyone. I'm inviting the panel to go ahead and take their seats while I provide a quick overview of this session. All right. Looks like we have everybody, just an empty chair for some reason. Good afternoon. My name is Brooke Budemeyer, and today we have a panel on comprehensive decision-making in radiological and nuclear crisis. From justification to communication beyond radiological hazards. As Ms. Hervio pointed out yesterday in the opening session, an adequate decision framework during a nuclear emergency is one of the most critical elements of ensuring timely and coordinated response to protect people and the environment. The process must involve interpreting complex radiological data, but also integrating a wide range of non-radiological factors. The decisions also must be made quickly, with limited information and immense public and political pressure. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Angela Leek, pointed out the importance of balancing the risks, including the immediate and long-term risks associated with any protective action we do take, such as the physical risks of evacuation, as well as the psychological and socioeconomic consequences of any action that we take. As Abel pointed out yesterday very clearly, our history is not reflected kindly on our track record from previous events in this regard. Of course, as many in this conference have already noted, even the best decision is useless if we can't implement it. This requires our ability to address political sensitivities, communication barriers, and cultural dimensions that effectively build trust and communicate the right actions to our public and responders to save lives. I look forward to a thoughtful discussion with our panelists and your questions as we dive into these critical issues. Please allow me to introduce the panelists. It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelist, Ms. Karine Herivaux, who currently serves as the Deputy Director General and Head of the Department of Nuclear Safety and Security at the IAEA. Ms. Hervio was appointed to this role in June, bringing with her more than 30 years of experience in nuclear safety, emergency preparedness and response, and international regulatory collaboration. Before joining IAEA, Oh, sorry. Yes. Before joining IAEA, Deputy Director General, sorry. Before joining IAEA, Ms. Hervieux was the Deputy Director General at the French Authority for Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection, where she oversaw safety reviews, research, and development for France's civil nuclear activities. Her extensive experience and commitment to advancing nuclear safety make her a leading voice in this field. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Karine Hervieux. I'm pleased to introduce our next panelist, Mr. Jean-Luc Lechaume, Commissioner at French Authority for Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection. Mr. Lechaume brings a wealth of experience to our discussion, having graduated from the French Naval Academy in 1983 and serving several key positions within the French Navy, ASN, and IRSN, including the Executive Director for Emergency Preparedness and Response. Mr. Lechaume also serves as the Chairman for the Association of the Heads of the European Radiological Protection Competent Authorities, or HERCA, an organization whose goal is to contribute to a high level of radiological protection throughout Europe by harmonizing practical applications of radiation protection regulations. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Lechaume. Our next panelist is Mr. Warren Stern, who serves as Deputy Chair of Brookhaven National Laboratory in the United States. Mr. Stern brings a unique and extensive background of national and international security, having held leadership positions in the CIA, the U.S. Department of State, the IAEA, and the Department of Homeland Security. Notably, Mr. Stern was the first head of IAEA's Incident and Emergency Center, where he played a pivotal role in shaping global emergency response strategies. His broad experience across multiple agencies makes him an invaluable contributor to today's discussion. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Stern. Physicist Dr. Florine Gehring has been working in the field of emergency preparedness and response for more than 30 years, initially performing research and development of decision support systems. Later as head of the Radiological Consequence Assessment Team at Germany's Federal Office of Radiation Protection, or BFS. For several years now, he has been the head of the Emergency Preparedness and Response Division at BFS, responsible for more than 100 employees. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Florine Gehring. Last but not least, Mr. Jukka Kupila, Principal Advisor at the Finnish Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority. With over 25 years of experience, Jukka specializes in new nuclear projects and small modular reactors and has played key roles in emergency preparedness and operational safety for nuclear power plants throughout his career. Please join me in welcoming Jukka to the stage. All right. Hey, the mic works. Excellent. So what we're going to do today is I've got a question for each of the panelists. Maybe I had 2 questions. Try not to surprise them. But at some point, I would really like to open this up to an audience participation and get your input to the kinds of questions that you would like to see answered to solve all of the problems that we've heard about the beginning of this activity. So first, if I could ask you, Karine, to set the stage. Given your experience in emergency preparedness and response and your current role at the IAEA, I'm sure you've seen how decision-making in emergencies often involves incomplete information. How can we manage the uncertainty in real time to effectively respond to radiological and nuclear emergencies?
Thank you for these so important questions. I think uncertainty is interestingly linked with emergency management. And I think this is a question to identify which are the possible options, because we know some things, we don't know others. The decision should be done looking at what is known, what is not yet known, and the possible options, and also the consequences, a long view of what is going behind. And we need to have leaders in charge of decision-making, able to make the decision. You mentioned in the introduction that the decision-maker should take decision quickly. Maybe not so quickly, but timely. They should be able to know when they have sufficient information to take the decision and to see what is coming next, to anticipate. They should rely also on expertise. There are some actors that are in charge of collecting information, analyzing information, showing if it's a conflicting information or not, and giving the leader in charge of decision-making some views about the different options possible. Going to the decision maker, saying, here is your problems to be solved. We know that, we don't know that, and now the possible options are this and this. And then we could see what are the needed crucial information to make the decision and to go forward.
Thank you. I want to dive into that a little bit further. So we do want to make sure we have good scientific data. But we also have to balance that with the non-radiological hazards, public perception, political pressure. How do you handle those during an emergency?
I think this has been very well developed during the keynote done by Angela Lake. And of course, one of the main lessons of the Fukushima Daiichi accident is the number of indirect deaths after the accident, because they were so stressed during the evacuation and during the resettlement of families, of population, that it induced a lot of non-radiological effects. And this should be taken into account when the decision makers are deciding to evacuate or even to shelter. It means that we should have supporting communication, we should have local context in mind. We should be sure that the possible evacuation could be proceeded well with sufficient civil protection forces. We need a lot of different components to be sure to succeed in implementing countermeasures. And this should consider a wide number of factors, and most of them are non-radiological. It depends also on the time of the accident and on the timeline of what is going on. If the children are at school, not, if it's happened during the night. All these factors should be considered because they will have an impact on the way the authorities could implement the countermeasures. So, of course, it should be considered, and one more time, anticipation on what is going next is essential. The decision makers should know about how a nuclear accident is developing and how, after the first set of countermeasures, they will have to deal with, because they should not be surprised.
Yeah. Excellent. And actually, that sets the stage for my question for Jean-Luc. So, the key to success in response and recovery efforts is not only getting all the technical experts and the technical data, but also building trust and getting input from all the stakeholders involved. How does France address this?
Thank you. That's a very, very good question, because with emergency preparedness and response, it's not about technical questions. And regarding that, I think we have quite interesting experience in France regarding what we did to make progress on post-accidental management. Why is that? Because we established 20 years ago a program we called CODIRPA, it's a French acronym for Steering Committee for Post-Accidental Management. At that time, as we in France conduct a large number of exercises, we realized that because of the duration of our exercise, generally 1 day, when it was the end of the exercise, sometimes the situation was fine for the nuclear facility, sometimes it was not, but at the end of the exercise, we stopped the exercise before answering to very difficult questions about what happens after having taken or not countermeasures to protect the public and the population. And there are questions that are not, sometimes, very often, not technical. And then we decided to have a specific program and to create a committee gathering stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, it's of course the operators, the administrations, but not only, also the public authorities, the elected people, mainly at the local level, and most important, some people from the public and from NGOs. Because I think it's really important to involve as soon as possible people and public regarding this issue to prepare to manage emergency and post-accidental situation, because it's important to gain trust, and trust you can earn it before an emergency, not during an emergency. So that's why we established this specific group under the leadership of ASN. It was ASN at the time. We considered past accident. At the time, the most important accident we had in mind was the Chernobyl accident, but during our work, the Fukushima Daiichi accident occurred, and then we saw that there was a lot of lessons that could be taken into account. How we managed that? We established specific working groups with these stakeholders to work on difficult decisions, like, for example, how to end the countermeasures, how to end sheltering, how to end evacuation. It's not easy. And we worked to keep the pace with specific mandates coming from the Prime Minister. At each end of a mandate, generally 5 years, we produced a report endorsed by all the parties, and then we proposed a new mandate to the Prime Minister to continue. And to give you some example of what was done during the last mandate, we had 4 areas to work. The first was to try to adapt some lessons learned with CODIAPA to nuclear facilities that are not NPPs. And there you can face some issues regarding different kind of radionuclides, like plutonium, for example, and it's not that simple. Another area was the reinforcement of information and culture of security among the population, because it's important that during an emergency, people living around the facility know what they have to do in case of sheltering, evacuation, or other countermeasures. There was also an area which is implication of local actors, because they have a role to play all along the time, because we all know that after an emergency it will last long. And also we have another area which is difficult to solve. It's about reducing the contamination, looking at what happens in Japan mostly, and how to deal with the large amount of radioactive waste produced. And just to give you an idea how we proceed during this program is just not just about having meetings with people. It's also trying to have people participating, and for that, for example, we developed some serious games. We came to a small village or a city close to NPP, and there we invited some people to play with us their own role to see what happens, and I think it's quite interesting, and it's important to involve people, just to give you an idea of what we are doing.
Excellent. You know, stakeholder working groups like that before an emergency can really help build that trust. And I hope you can share perhaps after this event with your colleagues how you were able to assemble those in France and
Yes.
make them work.
I can add that we don't start from scratch regarding this question of public involvement and public information around the nuclear power plants and also fuel cycle facilities. Actually, we created, I think it was in 1981, what we call local information committee around each nuclear power plant. It's a committee gathering people from public living near the facility, but also local administrations, local NGOs, the operators, regulators, and then it was established for a long time, and now they play an important role. And for us, it's easy to have access also probably to a public because we already have this network existing.
Excellent, a good lesson learned. Warren, so given your experience with the IEC, how can international coordination mechanisms ensure consistency and mutual support in decision-making during these emergencies that may go across multiple countries?
So thank you, Brooke, for the question. So when you talk about mutual support, I immediately go to the Assistance Convention and the Response Assistance Network that was created when the IEC was founded 20 years ago. So as I think about this, I think about the events that have happened since then and how the Response Assistance Network, the RONET, has been used and hasn't been used. And the original concept was that it would be a coordinating body to help to eliminate confusion. But I think if one looked at the events that have happened since, there's been confusion between bilateral assistance, multilateral assistance, IEA assistance, assistance that's under the convention, assistance that's not under the convention. And so I think my fundamental answer to your question is, now that we've had 20 years of experience with the Response Assistance Network, it may be time to reevaluate how it works, and in particular to examine how the agency can better work with member states in that area where there may just be bilateral assistance, and so that we don't get redundant requests, and that it can make international assistance more efficient overall. I think we've had experience now, and we can look back and see how to improve. Good idea.
What are the communication strategies with that?
Well, again, when you say communication, I think of the USI, the Unified Systems for Incidents and Emergencies. Coming back 20 years since we created it, I find it amusing that we still use that name, since that really wasn't intended to be a permanent name. And I remember bantering about what the name should be when we changed this interim name we gave. I think the agency can do more to help national governments ensure that the information provided by the agencies gets through to higher level officials. Governments, having worked in one fairly large one, are incredibly complicated. And I remember during the Fukushima accident, when I had returned back to the US, and my role at that point was no longer emergency response, but I was called into the higher level meetings, the different agencies would look to me and say, Warren, what is the IAEA telling you? And my view was, I mean, sure, I had informal contacts, but there's a formal system in place the USI and its predecessor to inform people. So I think there's a need that, and the agency can help to implement it to ensure that national governments take the information that's provided by the agency, USI, and move it up to higher levels. And it may be training, it may be providing messages in a format that's useful to higher level officials, but I think getting that information forward to the right people in national governments is important, and the agency can perhaps do a little bit more in that area. Just recognizing, again, how complicated national governments are, and that the IEA can help in providing accurate information to the right people.
Another good lessons learned, an idea for improvement. Thank you. All right, so let's see if we can keep the trend going. Florian, so you started out researching decision support systems. And I'm sure as you went through your career, you kept that sort of framework of thinking in the back of your mind as you worked through your emergency preparedness and response career. How can emergency decision-making frameworks be adapted to better integrate the non-radiological hazards, the physical risks of evacuation, the psychological impacts of both the radiation concerns and being displaced if they need to be evacuated, and even social economic impacts? How do we integrate that?
Well, I could make it very easy for me now and say in the keynote speech we got all the solutions already, but that would be kind of unfair. So maybe I try to add a little bit on it. Well, I think if you ask me how to best integrate it, I think you have to distinguish between the different risks. Well, one, for me, a simple thing is what Angela also mentioned, the risk of evacuation if it's being done without good pre-planning, as we have seen it in Fukushima with the hospitals. So that was a clear lesson learned, and I think many countries worldwide are following that now and do pre-planning for these situations. That is one answer, but I think it's not the full answer. I think for other types of non-radiological aspects, you need other approaches. For me, one very important non-radiological aspect is also harmonization. Well, I'm coming from Europe, a densely populated area with many different countries. And if we don't have a harmonized approach in our protection strategy, people are not following us. We are losing trust here. So harmonization is for me and is for the German emergency planning also a non-radiological factor we have to take into account. And Jean-Luc was one of the creators of an approach, a European approach, the Herker-Venner approach, how to reach such harmonization. I think it's a very successful step forward. So for such an aspect, you need such agreed approaches. And then it comes also to the key point, which was mentioned by several of you, by Angela before, how to balance the radiological risk against other health hazards. And that's, I think, so difficult because most of us are radiological experts. We know how to deal with sieverts, but we don't really know how to deal with the other risks. And here I can again make it quite easy for me because I've seen and I've talked to the authors in the next session. There will be a very interesting presentation from Canada, from Luc, and from Tristan, and they will show us how to transfer other health hazards into a comparable quantity that you can compare with the sieverts. And I'm very much looking forward to see that presentation and to know about that approach. I remember that about 10 years ago, coming out of the IEC, there was already first ideas of that. Tom McKenna, Philip Wieler-Welte at that time made a publication that it is strongly needed to balance these aspects. But they didn't really lift the full secret how to do it. And I think there were some publications, but I still haven't found the complete solution yet. Maybe our Canadian colleagues later on show us how to do it properly, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Thank you for the good insight and pushing the answer off until tomorrow.
This afternoon.
Yeah, oh, this afternoon, excellent. So actually, you bring up a really good point about those transboundary events and HERCA, and I think one of the successes I'd like to bring up is Yuka. Finland is part of the 5 Nordic countries that over a decade ago really adopted a common approach to radiation protection and recommendations during a radiological emergency. In fact, you just came out with an update last year, a really amazing document. I would recommend it as reading for anybody who's interested in that multi-country approach to radiological protection. What were some of the challenges that Finland saw in coming up with that coordinated 5-country approach, and what kinds of successes and rewards have you reaped from that?
Thank you for bringing this, let's say, flagship product we have into that discussion. But we build on tradition between Nordic countries. We have already in early 60s written first mutual assistance agreement between Nordic countries under the IEAE. And so we have a tradition of cooperation. I think that's where we start. So I think what is important is that we work on the preparedness phase. Of course, we prepare for the response phase cooperation as well. And as you pointed out, the shared protection strategy, we of course, sometimes we forget the obvious benefits from there. We share knowledge, we share information, and building this shared protection strategy, I think we have learned to understand each other. And this common justification for any decisions that would be made, I think having this background, having shared this strategy, this builds trust so we can rely on each other on the time of crisis. And, but you pointed out the challenges. I think it's really the part I would like to say, because I think this is the key part.
Yeah.
It's the most important thing, I think, with the common cooperation, that we actually spot the differences. When we say we are similar, we are not the same. Our countries, we have different operational arrangements. We have, of course, we respect the sovereignty. There are authorities in each country, and there can be communication practices, or even the media and public, they differ from country to country. So when we discuss very openly in the Nordics of our, let's say, challenges, or as I would like to say, it's the differences. Mm-hmm. And when we spot those differences, we can then discuss and understand better why they are doing like this. And I think here is the key message, that it makes us rethink our practices. We need to rethink, well, why they do like this? Should we also do like that? And I think this is the main benefit, really, from this cooperation.
Excellent. And Jean-Luc, HRCA, does that have a similar sort of, you don't have the common protections, well, you probably have common protection strategies, but not a common doctrine. Mm. But do you use that same kind of coordination to ensure that one country isn't applying a completely different set of protective measures, and then someone on the other side of the border is doing something different? Because I think that's a good way of losing public trust.
Yes, it's exactly the point of the RK-WNRA approach, but I have to say that we also took as a reference what happens in the Nordic countries, because we know that this kind of cooperation, there is really a model for everybody. And clearly, and also RK-WNRA approach is a voluntary approach for European countries, with the idea to try to harmonize as much as possible the different countermeasures taken in different countries, because it's important that a European citizen is equally protected, even if he's one country or another. And it's also an important question for France, because you know we have currently 57 nuclear reactors under operation, and some are very close to the borders. It means that this question of harmonization is very important when I think to our neighbors like UK, Belgium, Luxembourg, Germany, and Switzerland, mostly. So it's important there to be sure that we can prepare recommendations that are the same on every part of a border. So the ERCA, when our approach was developed now 11 years ago, with this a very simple idea to better prepare at the level of the regulators to give advice to the public authorities, because everywhere around the world the regulatory bodies have the same duty in case of an emergency, is to give advice to public authorities. It's not to decide by themselves. So the work done, and it's still done within the ERCA. ERCA is an association of radiation protection authorities in Europe, and I have the honor to be the chairman of this association. And we still have a working group working on that to elaborate more concrete recommendations regarding that. For example, we developed what we call a country fact sheets. It means that we have a very simple sheets available for every regulatory body in Europe, just to explain how the neighbor is organized. So it's easy to take a look at it in case of an emergency. We also tested it during some exercise in Europe. We do it very often in France because we have a lot of opportunity to conduct exercise with NPP close to borders. And we also had an activity within ERCA regarding Ukraine. We offered to the regulatory body of Ukraine to join our group on emergency, and we developed this activity of a tabletop exercise with them just to test this approach, which is the first step to try to harmonize the countermeasures.
Excellent. And I think these frameworks, and frankly, the coordination and collaboration will ensure consistency in response. But we still have that big question of getting the decisions in early, coordinating on the response across the countries, and working quickly. Yes, did you?
In fact, here we are speaking about preparedness. And what is very important in all this work is that all the countries, the contact points are identified. In case of emergency, we just said before, there is other factors than radiological one. Many factors that have to be considered by the decision makers. And all this work, which is done during preparedness, it's also a way to better coordinate during an emergency. And for the country which is directly affected by the event, to share with already identified contact points or organization the way they are doing and to adapt it collectively, because we have to mix between the local needs and the local context that should be considered, reference radiological levels that have been agreed upon, but maybe will not be applied as initially decided. So all this should be tested during exercise and also tested during more real-time evaluation or
I love that.
situation.
That's the decision support system, right? Is that the decision-making framework? All right. So we do have time for questions from the audience. And I'm going to ask you If you have a question, please ask only one question. Sometimes we tend to, and think about this too. If you have a question, feel free to raise your hand. We have people with microphones that are available. And I do ask you to be a little bit punchy, as we say in the U.S., and discreet in your questions. Any questions? All right, looks like I go back to, oh man, I had another one.
You have questions.
Sir.
Thank you, the panelists, for the very good discussion. My name is Abdurazak. I'm from Uganda. I have one question, probably what I've not picked from the discussion.
Yep, you're good.
Okay.
Keep going.
My question is, during the response to nuclear or radiological situations, how do we balance between the ethical and society expectations or values during the making of the decisions for response to these events? For example, we might take decision to evacuate or do sheltering. Now, in evacuation, we are having communities who have been doing business in the area of farming or agriculture, the like. So when we are making decisions, how do we balance between the ethical issues or protecting the community and the societal values? Thank you.
Excellent question. Ethics plays, of course, a big role in decision support. Does anybody to tackle that?
Yep.
Oh, we've got multiples. I'll go ahead and start with Gary.
I think it depends on the level of the radiological risk. If the doses that is projected is quite high, then you will consider it as an important factor regarding the others. It's really a question of optimization and justification, making more goods and arms, as is well already mentioned during the keynotes. And I think what's important also is who takes the decision, who is in charge. And this leader should have in mind the local context. It should be not radiological experts that take the decision. They just can bring one piece of the puzzle. But depending on the risk itself, then the other factors will be more or less taken in consideration.
Right.
But maybe.
And I also heard social economic issues in there, businesses and industry being an important part of a community. Gary.
Yeah, well, I think it again comes back to the point that you need clear decision criteria in the background which reflect both, not only the radiological risk, but also the other kind of risks which can be related to the protective actions you're doing. And this is what, well, I think no single country in the world up to now really has obtained a quantification of these other risks that can be compared against the sieverts where we are very used to use as decision criteria. And such a quantification is still to be done and to be introduced, from my opinion, into decision criteria, because we cannot leave it open to the decision maker and say, you have to consider all the other effects. Because if I say, as a radiological expert, there is a serious risk of radiological health effects, we know how the decision maker reacts typically. He says this is overruling all the other things. So we need to give him an equivalent criteria for the other non-radiological risks so he can balance between the risks. As long as we don't give that, I think our job is not being done successfully.
Mm-hmm. Warren.
Well, I just wanted to add that in addition to the ethical risks, trust is essential. And so, as we're talking about limits that may vary in an emergency, which is important, I think we have to recognize that there is a potential to lose trust as we make those decisions. So things have to be written in advance in a way that allows some variation given the other ethical concerns, but that doesn't undermine trust. And I think that's a very tenuous balance we have to work with.
And it's also sometimes difficult to, as Angela pointed out, sell to a decision maker who's used to a number, doing something in that number, and understanding that it's really an optimization and justification process and not a discrete number. Thank you. Yes, Sean.
Yes, if I may, it's once again the question of the all hazard approach that was emphasized by Angela during her keynote speech. And here in your question, which is interesting, is the we. We take decision. Who is we? How we address this issue in France, it's not only man who decides. In fact, during case of an emergency, any kind of emergency, we have the same kind of organization, even it's flooding, for example. And we have an organization where we gather under the responsibility of the Prime Minister all the ministries involved and also all the competent authorities or technical organizations. And in case of a nuclear accident, it would be ASNR involved. But we are part of the decision and part of the explanation, because it's not only a technical decision. It has already been said, all other aspects to be dealt with regarding that. And what is important, I think, to take a sound decision is to have a collective discussion before taking a decision in the end.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions for this panel with over 100 years of experience? I have one here.
In the back row.
And then there's another one in the back. And, sir, I'll get you next. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus Greshnik, Australia. With the upcoming revision of GSR Part 7, there's literally an opportunity to rewrite the book on how we do EPR and the standards. To what extent would you like to see an all hazards approach and non-radiological consequences captured in the GSR and subsequent safety standards?
Ooh, good question.
I think it's for me, maybe. So I think we have to consider, yes, all the feedback and all the lessons learned from the last revision of GSR Part 7. It's very important to have in mind this, and to, maybe it's not criteria, but just to have all elements they should have in mind for making the decision. And so we should find a way to capture it, and maybe it will lead to revise the protection strategies, population protection strategy, considering these different factors. And maybe we need to work on concrete examples to illustrate, depending on the hazards itself, radiological hazards, what could be not the best decision, because it will depend on the situation, on the context, but just to illustrate so that the decision makers have in mind and have been prepared to know who should be around to take the decision, if it's a collective one, and how to consider these different factors. But of course, this revision of the GSR Part 7 is very important because we are now 15 years almost after Fukushima Daiichi accident. We have the feedback, and we should try to learn lessons, but also of other situations. We are mainly speaking here about accident in a nuclear power plant, but it's quite easy. I think Abel Gonzalez yesterday recalled us other events of contamination of radioactive sources, and here it's even more difficult because you have actors that are not really prepared. It could happen everywhere, and the time you need to understand what is the hazard, what is the number of population concerned, and so on, it's much more difficult. So we should also not only focus only on nuclear power plant, but other types of hazards. And here also the non-radiological factors could be very important to consider.
So was it a yes, the update will include all of this?
Yes, we hope so, hopefully. But Marcus will help us.
Warren had his hand up first, and then to you, Jean-Luc.
Well, I was just going to, for the audience who isn't familiar with the safety series, the GSR are very high-level documents. And so, the concept of optimizing with other hazards during an emergency, it would make sense in general. And I haven't read GSR 7 in a while. I'm not involved in the process, but I would be surprised if it's not in some way allowed already. But I wouldn't want to make it really a requirement until we have proved that we can do it. And as we've discussed, we haven't really been able to compare with other risks. So I think it makes sense to facilitate it, to allow it, but I wouldn't mandate it in the requirement.
And I do like the scenario approach as well of identifying some examples.
Yeah.
Jean-Luc?
Yes, what I just wanted to add, if I fully agree with what has been said by Karin and Warren, it's all guys like me remember that before GSR Part 7 existed, one document was GSR 2, and obviously we have to recognize that still GSR Part 7 was a real improvement regarding that. And now what is important to do, like Karin said, I think, is get the feedback of what happened during with the existence of GSR Part 7, and maybe try to address some topics that, if I'm right, are not addressed in the current GSR Part 7. That's the question of armed conflict regarding nuclear facilities. It has to be addressed probably in some ways. And maybe also some issues like the rise of the use of artificial intelligence. I'm not sure it's easy to address it in GSR Part 7, but it's this kind of things that we should have in mind when revising.
Excellent. Was there any more comments from the panel? No? Good. Sir, there was another hand up in the back. Could we get him a microphone, please?
Thank you very much. Rodrigo Salinas, FANAR, UAE. Thank you for all the excellent comments. Jan made a very interesting observation. He said that during an emergency, the questions are not technical, essentially. While I agree that we must deliver clear messages, jargon-free messages, as it was also highlighted by Warren, by Florian, with this approach, aren't we underestimating the public and decision makers' capacity to demand for substantially technical answers?
A good question. Warren, you moved first.
Yeah, I mean, it is within governments very hard to communicate up to higher levels, and importantly, it's very difficult to get higher level officials involved in exercises that would facilitate that level of communication. So I think there could be a push for the agency, and by member states, of course, to try and engage in, we have exercises, the Convex series, but to engage in exercises where higher level officials, we talk about ethics, are ethically, obligated to participate, because, when an event happens, nothing will really work as planned, but at least we can sensitize leaders to the challenges that they will face. I also think, in terms of communication, we have the Unified System for Incident and Emergencies, which is a very detailed system, more for points of contact who sit, at some middle level in the government. I think there's room for the agency to play a role at a higher level and communicate to missions, to ambassadors, whoever, in the case of an emergency in language that those higher level officials understand, because things get garbled as they get passed up. So.
An excellent point, and thank you for that question. This is a key issue of, how much do you need to simplify the messaging and the information versus trusting the receiver and the public to understand and use it fully. And I think your approach of we need to improve how we deliver the message and the kinds of capabilities we have to talk about these concepts is an excellent one. The hard part, again, that urgent phase, rapid decisions, life-saving activities, short turnaround times makes all this very complicated. But fortunately, we'll have a decision support system that'll solve this, right?
That's right, AI.
Was there another comment?
No, maybe one. For exercises, we have also to innovate, to see how to introduce such elements in the scenario, not to rely only on a technical scenario, but also media, disturbance, or other issues that should be considered during exercise, and to be trained on this. We will never exercise on something real, but we could help people thinking about what could happen during an emergency and what could be the good way to deal with.
Excellent. Yes, Jean-Luc.
Yes. Just to go in the same direction, what we do in France with some exercise is that just we introduce this kind of disturbing inputs. For example, fake news on social medias, just to see how the teams of responders react. And I think it's a very good way, because in the reality it will not be like during exercise.
Excellent. So we are coming to the end of the session, and it's my job to summarize some of the key concepts. So first I want to thank everybody here. The amount of experience that you have brought to this problem and this discussion is truly incredible. We were able to really identify the importance of integrating radiological and non-radiological risks in decision making. There were some good ideas presented, and there will be more this afternoon. But I think that the key issue is we need to keep working on better understanding and possibly even quantification of these non-radiological risks, at least in terms that scientists can better understand and compare risks. We also talked about the whole transboundary coordination between countries and the role of IAEA in this, and perhaps how standards, GSR updates pending, can help inform how we can improve our national and international planning activities. We have some great examples of some international planning coordination that's been going on here in Europe. And finally, communication. Decisions, the best decision is useless if it can't get out there. We need to improve how we communicate in a crisis. We heard some good ideas about communities, stakeholders, engagement, building trust first, improving our ability to communicate technical issues in ethical ways. And I think all of those play an important role in how we respond to the urgent phase of an emergency, to make the right decisions and protect people and the environment. With that, please thank the panel, and this session will close.
Thank you.
Okay.
We got marching music on the stage. We can try the stairs. Careful there a little bit.
Well, good evening, distinguished participant. My name is Herman Zarate Segovia, Emergency Preparedness Officer at the Incident and Emergency Center of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and Technical Officer for this technical session, Capacity Building number 1. For me, it's an honor to introduce our chair of this session, Dr. Nasser Al-Komachi. Dr. Nasser Al-Komachi is Vice President of Nuclear Emergency and Radiation Monitoring of the Nuclear Radiological Regulatory Commission in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Nasser, I would like to invite to the floor, and in addition, I would like to invite to the panelists to the stage.
That's you. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to the most excited session in this conference. Not because I am the moderator, but because of our panelists, of course. So thank you for coming, and hopefully you enjoy this session. This session is about capacity building, and let me say something here. This session will be focused on strengthening the national and international capability for nuclear and radiological emergency preparedness and response, EPR. Capacity building is not just about training, it is about creating sustainable system, fostering collaboration, and ensuring that knowledge and skills are effectively transferred across border and generation. Today, we will hear experience from our panelists, and they will giving us their experience, and innovative approaches from different countries and organizations, and how they design training program, how they conducting drills, and how they developing a framework to enhance resilience. From academic program and national strategy to evaluation methodology and the new concept for regional center of excellence, this presentation will provide practical insight into building robust EPR capacity building in the worldwide. I would like to start our session with Jamila Idrisova from Russia, and the title is Experience of a Training Specialist in the International Master Program Emergency Preparedness and Response at the St. Petersburg Polytechnic University. Jamila Idrisova is a lecturer at the university and coordinator for the International Master Program on EPR. She brings extensive experience in designing academic program for emergency preparedness professional. Please, Jamila, it is with you now.
Okay, hello, dear participants of this beautiful conference. I am really happy to be part of this great event. So today I'm going to present experience of Peter the Great St. Petersburg Polytechnic University in implementing master's degree program on emergency preparedness and response. So I am coordinator of this program, and today I'm going to share our experience. Let's start from the very beginning. First of all, at 2020, the practical arrangements were signed. 2020 memorandum between Technical Academy of Rosatom, Emergency Response Center of Rosatom, and our Polytechnic University. Then on 2021, the practical arrangements between IAEA and Polytechnic University were signed on implementations of this master's degree program. And finally, at September 1st, 2021, the program was launched and first students start their studies. A little information, very brief information about our university. Why Peter the Great St. Petersburg Polytechnic University was chosen for implementation of this program? This university is one of flagship universities of Rosatom in Russian Federation. Our university is among top 3 universities by number of international students in general, and top 1 by number of international students among technical universities. The structure of university contains 12 institutes of different directions of education, and each institute contains several graduate schools or higher schools. For example, I represent High School of Technosphere Safety of Institute of Civil Engineering. We have more than 20 joint research and engineering centers in collaboration with companies. More than 33,000 is total number of students in our university, which is like population of cozy town. More than 5,000 international students from 107 different countries, about 2,000 lecturers and teachers. Brief information about the program, key points. The duration of program is 2 years. This duration is not flexible according to our educational standard in Russian Federation. The mode of study is full-time at St. Petersburg Polytechnic University. Right now we don't have remote mode or hybrid mode, only on-site. Total workload 120 credits and degree awarded Master of Science. This program is pilot program, master's degree program on emergency preparedness and response, the first in the world. There were another programs on emergency preparedness and response, but of another type. Short-term programs, improving qualification programs, but this one is the first in the world master's degree program. The program was developed in accordance with IAEA safety requirements, and representatives of IAEA, experts of IAEA, took a big role in developing of curricula. Representatives of Rosatom participate in implementing of certain courses, giving certain lectures to our students. We invite experts of Rosatom to teach our students. Our students have opportunity they are provided practical exercises on the basis of Emergency Response Center of Rosatom. And of course, they have opportunity to take part in research activities, participate in seminars, conferences, and so on. The structure of program. This slide and 2 next slides will show structure of program. First, basic courses and then elective courses. The structure of program built on module principle. Scientific model consists of 3 subjects, which is mandatory for all master's degree program in Russian Federation according our educational standard. Foreign language, for example, for international students, it will be Russian language. Digital resource in scientific research, history, methodology of science. This model is aimed to prepare our students in case if they are going to continue studying at PhD studies. Then basic model. As I already mentioned, I represent High School of Technosphere Safety. Technosphere Safety consists of five fields: fire protection, emergency protection, civil defense and emergency protection, industrial safety, environmental safety, and labor protection. So basic model contain courses about technosphere safety fields. For example, security monitoring and expertise, technosphere safety legislation, safety and security training, train the trainers, and other courses. Then professional model. This model based on IAEA safety standards and contains information about concepts of radiation and common practices, introduction to EPR, general requirements for EPR, then functional requirements for EPR, infrastructure for EPR, and elective courses, then we will see them later. And a practical model consists of practical exercises, internships, and so on, and preparation for final thesis defense. Elective courses. Here on this slide we can see the full list of elective courses and highlighted all those 5 elective courses which our students usually choose. For example, combined emergencies, hazard assessment, dose assessment, lessons learned, and so on. Examples of academic activities of our students. What do our students do apart from sitting in front of their teachers? They have internship at the Emergency Response Center of Rosatom. During this internship, they learn how to apply dosimetry equipment, estimate doses, prepare samples for laboratory analysis, apply spectrometers, and so on. Every year, they take part in International Nuclear Forum, participate in plenary session and youth session, and sometimes even make reports during youth roundtable. And they have off-site practical training at Scientific and Research Institute of Industrial and Marine Medicine. And during this practical training, they got introduction to laboratories, introduction to equipment for scientific and practical research in radiation safety. 2 cases of IAEA Maria Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship Program students. Also, this slide regarding gender balance. Well, we don't have gender balance here. During 5 years of existing of this program, we had only 2 female students. And both of them were fellows of Maria Skłodowska-Curie program. As we had only 2 of them, I put them here personally on this slide. Miss Anna Stepanova, 2021 enrollment year. In the framework of this fellowship program, she participated in International School of Nuclear Security for the students of Maria Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship, and participated in seminar on the physical protection of nuclear material and its amendment for the students of Maria Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship program. Unfortunately, this was period of pandemic, so she participated in these events only online. Second case, Ms. Hauva Bala, 2022 year of enrollment, also took part in International School of Nuclear and Security. Then she took part in IAEA event for more women in nuclear in 2024. And then she had TC-sponsored participations at the World Nuclear University Summer Institute in Brazil. It was a great program, 1 month duration, very useful. Examples of final theses of our students. We're trying not to force our students when they choose topic they want to research during final thesis, during their work on final thesis. We are trying to follow their ideas, their interest. Here on the slide, you can see examples of titles of their final defense of their master's dissertation. For example, development of a program of radioactive zone tracer in case of accident or incident at the nuclear power plant using drones. One of our students from Turkey decided to defend this thesis. Or, for example, the radiological impact on Saudi Arabia from postulated nuclear accident at El Daba nuclear power plant. Another student from Saudi Arabia decided to defend this thesis, and other examples. Best cases of our students' career. Most of our students were in industry before they start studying this program, but after they graduate this program, they came back to their activity and got promotions at their workplaces. Here you can see name of company highlighted by green color. and the activity, what they do, what is the position. For example, Atom Energo project, which is part of Rosatom, one of our students, third category engineering, develop fire hazard analysis methodology for PAX2 NPP. And she also continued her studying as a PhD student. Another case, another student, emergency division of NNRA, Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority. So she is liaison officer in the Incident and Emergency Center. And right now she got internship in the Incident and Emergency Center of IAEA. This is a big internship, 1 year duration at least, and maybe she will continue her career in IAEA after that. And two cases, two our students from Saudi Arabia who continue their career in Nuclear and Radiological Regulatory Commission, their positions promoted to senior engineer and nuclear emergency specialist, and their activities, you can also see on this slide, contribution in national emergency preparedness initiatives and collaboration with international partners, and acting manager of the Nuclear Emergency Center. So, now let's go to problems. Well, everything looks very good with this program, but there are also problems that we have. At this table, I combined gap analysis. Here you can see sections. Year of enrollment, enrollment process on or on pause, number of applications, total number of applications exactly to EPR, and number of students, and funding. For example, 2021 first year of enrollment. The first year the program was launched, the enrollment process was on, total number of applications was 18, application exactly to EPR were 15. What does it mean? What is the difference? Some students are motivated to study exactly EPR, and if they are not got to this program this year, they are waiting for next year. Some students making their choice between different universities, different countries, different programs, and so on. And if they didn't got enrolled to this program this year, they just choose another program. And sometimes we have students who are enrolled to several programs, and after that they need to figure out which program to choose. So, but number of students, only 2. What was the problem? This was first year of enrollment, and during this launch process, we had IAEA grant announced. And the moment we announced this IAEA grant at the website of our university, we got numerous applications, but most of those applications were not related to EPR, not even to nuclear industry, not even to technosphere safety, completely not related. So when IAEA review all these applications, they came to conclusions that only 2 of those students who applied are suitable for this program. One of the students got Maria Skłodowska-Curie fellowship, scholarship, and one of the students got this IAEA grant. Next year, number of applications 7, exactly to EPR 5, number of students 4. One of them, Maria Skłodowska-Curie fellow, 2 of them, one of them studied by Rosatom quota, and 2 self-funded. And 2023, the year when we didn't enroll students, we start the application process, but when we realized that we don't have enough number of students, we decided not to start program at all.
Sorry,
then
Jamila, just one minute,
okay,
please,
okay. 2024, we have 3 students with Rosatom quotas, and on 2025, we decided to put this program on pause because of this program. The section name is capacity building, and for educational programs also, capacity is important. When we don't have students' capacity, we don't have program working. So, I guess I shared our experience, I shared our advantages and problems, and let's discuss later about this program, about experience of different countries and different educational organizations. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamila. Thank you. This is really attractive, even our young people for this master degree. Let's go now to the next speech and the presentation. Abdul Qadir Bender, he will giving us a presentation about capacity building, challenging, and the best practice from Moroccan experience. Dr. Abdul Qadir head the Radiation Safety Inspection Division at the Moroccan Agency for Nuclear and Radiological Safety and Security. With nearly 3 decades of experience, he has played a key role in shaping Moroccan integrated capacity building strategy and fostering international cooperation. Abdul Qadir, it is with you, please.
Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased to share with you the experience of Morocco regarding the challenges and good practices from in developing our capacity building center for training on emergency preparedness and response. In this regard, so I will present briefly 3 points. First, an overview of AMSNOR's Capacity Building Center for Emergency Preparedness and Response. Then I will present the main challenges and good practices in developing our Capacity Building Center for Emergency Preparedness and Response. And finally, I will conclude with the way forward for enhancing our capacity building. So in this context, the assessment of national capacities, including training needs, serves as a foundation for building adequate response capabilities. With this the assessment and need for developing the capacity of human resources, we create a center of capacity building at AMSNOR, which currently plays a crucial role in enhancing and sustaining the performance of emergency organizations involved in EPR. In addition, the IAEA, through its Incident and Emergency Center, has played a major role in supporting the activities on CVC EPR of AMSNOR. So the Capacity Building Center of AMSNOR was created in 2019 through an official partners with the IAEA, which later it was extended during the 69 international, the IAEA General Conference. It was established through cooperation with the national partners and its specialists on preparedness and response to radiological emergencies. The main national partners include the Military Hospital Mohammed V, Ministry of Interior, General Directorate of Civil Protection, Ministry of Health, KNISTEN and CNRP as technical support organizations, and universities. The CPC infrastructure comprises lecture rooms and facilities for conducting practical exercise supported by both national and international experts. So the main activities carried out through Capacity Building Center in Morocco, they are development of an EPR module for master students at the Faculty of Science in Rabat during academic year 2023 and 2024, combining theory and practical exercises. Also, we hold national training courses and workshops for national departments involved in the emergency preparedness and response, covering the different area related to EPR arrangements as established in GS Part 7 and decision making. There are also some events organized through cooperation with the AAEA related to risk assessments and protection strategies, public communication, notification, reporting, and assistance. These workshops help us to draft regulations on EPR and the relevant documentation in line with the GS Part 7. As draft regulation text on EPR, national emergency plan, and other EPR documents that were established through capacity building center. That through group all ministerial departments concerned by emergency preparedness and response. Other activities developed by capacity building center of AMSNOR or contribute for or participated at national level. These field and tabletop exercises. Among these exercises that were supported by the AAA and the European Commission, there are 4 exercises in 2018 and 2 exercises conducted in October 2025 dedicated for the first responders. These exercises were conducted by Ministry of Interior and the General Directorate of Civil Protection. Morocco also participates regularly to the AAA convex exercises, and we organize the AAA regional events organized by AMSNOR in Rabat, such as School of Radiation Emergency Management, that were organized in 2018 for English edition, and in 2022 with first French edition. AMSNOR also hosts fellowship and scientific visits under the AAA Technical Cooperation Program, which contributes to strengthening the regional expertise. In 2017, AMSNOR established a strategy for CBC EPR for the implementation of different activities through CBC EPR, with the objective to further develop the 4 pillars of capacity building, education and training, human resources development, knowledge management, and network. Our approach focuses on developing and maintaining competences across all response organizations through cooperation with the AIA, the European Union, and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission of the United States, and with a range of national partners to enhance human performance and organizational effectiveness on EPR. So to identify competence need in emergency preparedness and response, we use the AIA model, gap analysis. Specifically, we apply the SARCON tool, Systematic Assessment of Regulatory Competences Needs, which help us to assess current skills and highlight gap of AMSNOR staff. These SARCON tools were adapted to our activities on emergency preparedness and response. And it's expected to extend this approach to national organizations to carry out the gap analysis, to define competences, needs across all EPR levels, medication, prevention and protection, preparedness and response and recovery. However, a set of questionnaire has already established to assess the need for specific competencies in relation to EPR and were distributed to all, national departments involved in emergency preparedness and response. So I'm building on the competences need identified. The emergency exercise strategy also has developed with the national stakeholders through cooperation with the IAEA and the European Union in order to implement several training courses through capacity building center. So this training program covers basics, specialists, and managerial levels, including force responders. Plural exercise program includes tabletop partial, force call, and field exercise, as well as AA convex, with the objective to enhance national competences and expertise in EPR and to strengthen cooperation through INET EPR, GNSSN, and other networks. So I will conclude to say that AMSNOR, with the national partners, it's committed to further strengthen capacity building center infrastructure through cooperation with and support from the IAEA and the European Commission, National Regulatory Commission of the United States, and other partners. Key actions include for enhancing national capabilities on emergency preparedness and response, organizing regional school or radiation emergency management, and tabletop exercise, taking into consideration the new technologies such as artificial intelligence through case studies as appropriate. Reviewing and updating training and exercise programs that were developed by AMSNOR, and facilitating regional and international cooperation through networks such as GNSSN, INET EPR, ANNOR, FNRPA, and other organizations. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Abdul Qadir, for sharing the Moroccan experience in capacity building. Our next speaker is Jair Oliveira with the title of presentation, Lesson Learned from General Nuclear Emergency Exercise. Please, Jair. Jair serves as a nuclear emergency advisor at the Brazilian Presidency Institutional Security Office. He has led national nuclear emergency role and contributed to strategies, planning for interagency coordination and public communication. Please, Jair, it is with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished friends, good evening. My presentation is about the Brazilian General Nuclear Exercise conducted in 2023. To guide my presentation, you follow these outlines: structure, legislation, Angra dos Reis NPP, objectives, participants, activities, public communication, and lessons learned. Brazil has a robust system known as the System for the Protection of the Brazilian Nuclear Program, acronym CIPRON. This system is responsible for coordinating actions to ensure the safety and protection of our nuclear activities. In this slide, we can see that the Institutional Security Office, which is the central body of the CIPRON, is located just one step below the Presidency of Brazil. This slide shows some attributes and the structure of CIPRON. This system is responsible according to the law for planning and coordinating actions to protect people involved in the operation of nuclear installations, the population, the environment, the nuclear installations and materials. On the right, we can see some components of CIPRON, such as regulators, operators, ministries, and law enforcement agencies. Brazil currently has only one NPP, which is situated in the city of Angra dos Reis, Rio de Janeiro. And the emergency response plan states the emergency planning zones EPZ of 3, 5, 10, and 15 kilometers. On the right side is the poster utilized to promote the exercise. The exercise had 7 objectives. The first one was regarding the effectiveness of the emergency response centers. Brazil has 3 emergency response centers: the local center, the state nuclear center, and the national nuclear center that oversees all emergency management efforts. The second one verified the procedures to notify the representatives of institutions members and to activate the centers. Objective number 3 checked how the response centers coordinators were acting in the various situations presented. Number 4 verified the elaboration of press releases and timely dissemination of clear and accurate information to the public and media. Objective number 5 verified the ability to evacuate the population from EPZ 3 and 5. Number 6 evaluated the communication protocols and the actions carried out among the contingency plan's responders. The last objective verified the protocols between operator and external response forces to face a threat that was beyond the response capabilities of the NPP's internal response team. The exercise involved around 2,000 people, 12 vessels, 3 helicopters, 122 vehicles of several types, 1 drone for ambulances, and 1 mobile laboratory for verifying samples of collected material. The Navy and the Army also brought to the exercise 2 field hospitals and 1 decontamination station. Here we can see some activities carried out. I would like to highlight the Use the Exercise website. We filled up the proper forms and published them. Distribution of potassium iodide tablets and healthcare services to the population by field hospitals. So that is the list. On this slide, we can observe a few examples of materials created by our communication team. In the first image, we can see the bus advertisement created to publicize the exercise. Below, you can see 2 events generated to verify the Emergency Information Center's response. It's important to note that all these materials had a red stripe. This is a simulation. I have selected 6 lessons learned to share with all of you. The first is regarding public communication. The team at the Nuclear Emergency Public Communication Center is responsible for maintaining ongoing contact with the residents living around the NPP. The work of communication team should begin immediately after the end of the previous exercise. We believe that the public participation in exercises is a good indicator of the effectiveness of our communication activities with the population. Selection of evaluators. It is important to extract lessons learned from the evaluators' reports. The selection of evaluators is crucial to ensure that the reports reflect the knowledge and performance of the response teams. Evaluators must primarily check if the actions or procedures are following the manuals and the plans. Safety and security interface. Brazil has distinct plans for safety and security actions. However, during the exercise, it became clear that it is needed to develop a unified response plan that involves both safety and security actions. Social media. Use social media is crucial for effective communication with the target audience. Before the exercise, social media platforms can be used to publicize activities that require public participation. During the exercise, they can be used to keep the public informed in real time of the actions being taken. After the exercise, social media can be used to report the results, express gratitude to participants, and to request feedback. Media Day. The Media Day occurred one day before the exercise. On this day, most participating institutions displayed their equipment used to face a nuclear emergency. Exhibition stands were set up, allowing experts to explain the benefits of nuclear energy to the public and answer questions about the exercise. Media Day was an excellent opportunity to invite more people to participate in the exercise and engage them in the discussion about nuclear energy. Complementary action plan. Knowing complementary action plans prevent requested resources from institutions that do not have them or involving institutions in actions beyond their responsibilities. Next, I will show a brief 2-minute video of actions performed during the exercise.
A cada 2 anos, uma equipe de profissionais altamente qualificados se reúne para realizar uma série de ações especialmente planejadas para garantir a sua segurança.
Okay, obrigado means thank you in Portuguese. I appreciate everyone's attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Dominic Sengiova. He's from Canada with the title of the presentation, Canada Capacity Building Program.
Thank you.
Dr. Dominic managed the Nuclear Emergency Preparedness and Response Division at the Health Canada. With over 16 years of experience, he has developed multi-layer approaches to emergency response, including monitoring, first responder training, and medical preparedness. Please, Dominic.
Thank you, Dr. Nasser. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Excellent. Yeah, so my name is Dominic. I'm the Chief of the Nuclear Emergency Preparedness and Response Division in the Radiation Protection Bureau. So I'm going to introduce to you to some of the Canada's capability building. Now, preamble to my presentation, don't think that these are the only Canada's capability building capabilities. So what I selected here are the capability that involve multiple departments and agencies and multiple stakeholders. So I'm going to talk about 4 capabilities, and just to give you a flavor of how we prepare for nuclear and radiological emergencies. So these 4 capabilities I'm going to talk about are the Federal Radiological Assessment Team. Now, this is focused more on the federal employees to prepare them for responding to a nuclear emergency. So in this particular program, there are 4, sometimes 5 departments that are involved. And the next one is the first responder dosimetry kits program that I'm going to talk about. Then there is a field training and exercises that I'm going to talk about too. And lastly, the medical emergency treatment for exposure to radiation training. So the federal government invests in multi-departmental field monitoring team, what we call the Federal Radiological Assessment Team, FRAT. So the FRAT team is responsible for performing field radiation assurance monitoring and surveillance impacts of radiological and nuclear emergencies, and also during emergencies, and also support. Remember, this morning I talked about the Federal Nuclear Emergency Plan that supports the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So this is the same program that has a memorandum of understanding with RCMP to support them for security events. So in terms of their role that they play, first, developing documents and procedures that they use with the stakeholders, and contribute to the Federal Nuclear Emergency Plan Technical Assessment Group. This is one of the groups that compose the FNEP Technical Assessment Group. And also supporting the first responders. And the next program I'm going to be talking about, we focus more on the first responders, but also developing just-in-time training for first responders, and also, as I just said, assisting in security activities if there is a requirement. So in terms of the capabilities, this team of people brings to bear the search and recovery, radiation ground and aerial surveys, sampling and analysis, and they also have a mobile lab so that they can bring to the field, so the samples can be analyzed in the field, but also can be sent to fixed lab. In situ gamma spectrometry, again, in the field. Gamma spectrometry analysis, remote or on-site. And contamination control, as well as those monitoring and assessment. So you see that they have multiple capabilities that they bring to field. The next program I'm going to talk about is the first responder dosimetry emergency kit. So again, this is funded by the federal government to support the municipalities to be prepared in case the Federal Radiological Assessment Team cannot get on time if there is an event somewhere. So this is to support the first responders across Canada. We've required equipment for training and also immediate initiation of a response to a radiological or nuclear event in case the FRAT cannot get there in a timely manner. So the program has mainly 3 objectives: ensure timely support for first responders, streamline the offer by the Radiation Protection Bureau for first responders. This program, again, is, in terms of stakeholders, first responders across Canada, but mainly offered by the Radiation Protection Bureau within Health Canada, but also improve provincial and municipal response if there is an event. In terms of the kit composition, there are a number of tools that are part of the kit. So 10 active dosimeters, 20 passive dosimeters, contamination survey emitter, gamma survey emitter, and also supporting document, but also we offer training. So you can think about, for now, we have already distributed the kits in 3 provinces, but we are distributing in all the provinces in the main cities of the country. Let's say in Ontario, which is our largest province, there are 6 kits. In Quebec, there are 2. So depending on the size of the province and the main cities in the province, we try to put them in central areas where they can be dispatched very, very quickly from where they are. The field training, that was the kit. So the field kit's composition, FRD kit. That's what I just talked about. So the field training and exercises. Now, we offer training for the first responders, first through the kits that I just talked about, but also we bring them together on a center where we actually do monitoring using live sources where they can actually be, if you are exposed to a source, how do you deal with it? So the objective is to prepare our own teams, the FRAT, but also and validate their concept of operation and standard operating procedures, but also provide training to first responders. So the training has mainly 4 components. So first, the radiation basics, field strategies, protection and response, geared towards first responders, where the first day will be to set up, and the second day will be the pre-scenario. So again, it's training people to be able to, okay, now we are here, we are going to be doing these activities and these activities, and day 3 to 5, day 3 and 4 are actual scenarios, and one of the scenario is, do I have a pointer here? No, oops, no. One of the scenario is to learn how to actually do monitoring within a forested area. The other one is within a closed environment, so a source being placed into a building, and then they can approach the building and see how do we actually measure these. And there is also a scenario where they actually treat injuries. So those are the scenarios that we go through. And then at the end, we do evaluation of the program. The last program that I'm going to talk about is METER. So this is a medical emergency treatment for exposure to radiation. This is a training that's given on 2 days. There is a theoretical component where, again, understanding what radiation is, but also a practical component. So this is geared towards first responders, first receivers, and emergency management personnel. So those are kind of the target groups that this program is geared towards. And the idea is for them to be able to perform proper and safe treatment and management of radiological or nuclear event casualties. So the training is based on the Canadian Guide on Medical Management of Radiation Emergencies. This is a document that if someone would be interested, you can ask me, and I can provide it to you. And the program aims mainly to 2 objectives. Again, provide the participant with essential knowledge about radiation and contamination, along with practical methods to work safely in the presence of radiation. And second objective is to provide the medical community, again, first responders, first receivers, and emergency management personnel. So to provide with them with knowledge of the biological effects, symptoms, and treatment to effectively manage casualties in a radiation emergency. This may be too small to you to read, maybe, but in terms of the content, so there is radiation basics, health effects of radiation, managing internal contamination, managing local radiation injury, managing acute radiation syndrome, introduction to radiation casualties assessment tool. So we have a tool that they go through if they are presented with an injury thinking that it's radiation, how do we actually ensure that it's radiation rather than something else? Emergency department management, this is geared towards doctors who will receive injuries in a hospital. So again, how do they manage their department? And then on the practical basis, detection of instruments. So they do actually manipulate instruments. So we show them how to use radiation instruments. And also PPE, personal protective equipment. Also this is a practical one. And also we go through a case study on patient treatment. So that's basically the 4 programs that we have at the federal level. Again, these are the federal level, not the provincial level, but also programs that involve multiple departments and also multiple stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, Dominic, for this presentation. And our next speaker is Michael Williams. He is from the United States with the title of the speech, Advancing Evaluation Methodology for Tabletop Exercise, a Social, Psychological, and Program Evaluation Framework for EPR. Dr. Michael is a director of the Science of PCVE, LLC. He's specialist in evidence-based program design and evaluation, bringing innovative methodology to improve the effectiveness of emergency preparedness exercise worldwide. Please, Michael.
Ahlan wa sahlan, masa al khair, good afternoon. If we can load the slides. As you can see, my name is Michael Williams, and even though we've just met, believe it or not, I'm slightly famous in a very small way. I'm known as the guy who literally, quote, wrote the book, the first and so far only college textbook on the topic of designing and evaluating evidence-based programs to prevent and counter violent extremism, the science of PCVE, which is another specialized subfield of emergency preparedness and response. And we have some rather high-profile clients for the evaluations that we provide. For example, the Mayor of London, now we're working with him for the 5th year in a row. The Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet for New Zealand, now for the 2nd year in a row. And these organizations value the evaluations that we provide because, first of all, they're methodologically rigorous, they're painstakingly transparent, and just as important, they provide actionable evaluation findings, which enables the decision makers to make evidence-based decisions. And we do this by applying some of the principles that I'm going to share with you today. This presentation introduces a new framework for evaluating tabletop exercises and simulations in emergency preparedness and response. And the goal is to move beyond checklist compliance towards a deeper understanding of the social, psychological, and behavioral dynamics that shape real-world readiness. So as you'll see, this aligns with the IAEA's call for innovation in emergency preparedness and response. So as we proceed, you'll see how this framework not only identifies overlooked vulnerabilities, but also offers actionable pathways to enhance resilience at the national or international levels. So, of course, I think all of us could agree that tabletop exercises are valuable. They're, dare I say, essential for testing nuclear and radiological emergency preparedness systems. However, most evaluations remain heavily focused on procedural compliance. They check whether tasks are completed and completed on time and in the right order, but rarely do they assess how persons adapt under pressure. So this narrow focus means that critical human factors, for example, decision-making under uncertainty, are often overlooked. So as a result, real-world vulnerabilities can remain hidden even when the exercises appear to succeed. So imagine a tabletop exercise or simulation where everything goes exactly according to plan and everyone executes their role flawlessly. What would we learn from that? Arguably nothing. Instead, had we measured real-life behavioral measures such as trust in their team, confidence in their own actions, we could unearth vulnerabilities. For those of us who are at the very first session of today, remember where we voted, it was a simulation, and you could vote for what you thought was the appropriate action at that given time, which I think is a wonderful concept. But what if we had augmented that with 2 extra questions, just 2, where you answer, how confident are you in the response you're about to make? And another question, how confident are you in what the majority think should be done? Therefore, even if the exercise succeeds, and even if the majority do the quote-unquote desired outcome, they take the appropriate action, it would allow us to look back at the data and say, okay, there were these vulnerabilities because there was great uncertainty at these various, shall we say, pressure points in the exercise. So let's drill deeper into this. Despite achieving apparent success in tabletop exercises, real-world emergencies often expose weaknesses that were not anticipated. And these weaknesses usually lie in areas that checklist evaluations can't capture, such as human cognition, anxiety, and trust maintenance under pressure. So the reality is that procedural compliance does not necessarily equal readiness. So teams may follow instructions perfectly on paper, yet fail to respond effectively when confronted with uncertainties and unpredictability of actual crises. So this is why a change is needed, and by integrating psychosocial dimensions, we can better align with the IAEA's priority to foster resilient and adaptive systems that go beyond procedural adequacy and embrace human complexity. Let's get further into this. How could we measure this? This framework proposes the 5 critical domains that are often overlooked in current tabletop exercises. First, team cognition and awareness. Do participants share a common understanding of the situation as it evolves? And second, role clarity. Are responsibilities well understood even when the stress levels rise? And third, communication dynamics. How well do agencies coordinate under conditions of uncertainty and recover from communication breakdowns? I'd like to talk about that in the Q&A if you'd like to talk about that further. Fourth, behavioral adaptation. When scenarios shift unexpectedly, do participants remain resourceful, or do they buckle under the pressure, so to speak? And finally, trust formation. Are agencies reinforcing collaboration, or is trust breaking down under pressure or over time? And can it be recovered? By systematically assessing these 5 areas, we can uncover vulnerabilities that, as I mentioned, otherwise remain hidden with standard evaluation practices. So let's go one step further. To measure these 5 critical domains, how would we do so? This framework applies a mixed method evaluation approach. This includes structured observations, where team behaviors are systematically coded, along with coding systems that quantify communication quality. And also, immediately after actions are taken, obtaining direct input from participants, much like the simulation this morning, where we could put in the power of their palm, in their smartphones, asking them to respond to various survey questions to assess their levels of stress, their sense of role clarity, and their sense of trust and collaboration. And then immediately following a tabletop exercise, we can have cognitive debriefings. And this allows the evaluators an opportunity to interview participants to understand step by step what was their thought process as they moved along the exercise and made the critical decisions. And then finally, focus group debriefs could allow still deeper qualitative probes regarding trust, the stressors, and the quality of communication. So taken together, these methods create a robust evidence-based approach to evaluating tabletop exercises. So this ensures that both observable actions and underlying psychosocial processes are captured in a comprehensive and complementary way. And let me say, this is not reinventing the wheel. This approach, in fact, has been applied in complementary fields of disaster and emergency preparedness. Specifically, in counter-extremism exercises, it's highlighted how trust and adaptability shape outcomes in highly complex and uncertain environments. In large-scale public health simulations, such as pandemic scenarios, such a framework has provided insights into communication, decision-making, public messaging strategies, all during stressful events. And finally, in interagency crisis simulations across multiple sectors, it has highlighted how coordination strengths and weaknesses can show resilience and enhanced trust through structured psychosocial evaluations. And these applications confirm the framework's versatility, utility, and real-world value. And if anyone would like a copy of these slides, I've embedded references to all of the studies that I've just mentioned that apply this approach successfully in the real world. So to recap, this enhanced evaluation model delivers 3 major benefits. First, enables deeper diagnosis of systemic vulnerabilities that often remain hidden when success is measured only by task completion. And second, it generates actionable insights which can directly inform improvements. For example, improvements in communication protocols, leadership development, adaptive decision-making strategies, all of which, of course, are critical during crises. And third and finally, the framework strengthens resilience. By grounding the evaluations in the links between the psychosocial processes and the behavioral outcomes, It creates a foundation for ongoing procedural improvements, ensuring that emergency preparedness and response systems grow even more robust, adaptive, and sustainable under stress and circumstances of uncertainty. So consequently, this framework directly supports the IAEA's call for innovation and resilience in emergency preparedness and response. So by focusing on the human and organizational dimensions, it aligns with the agency's mission to foster adaptive and sustainable systems. It's also highly scalable. These methods can be applied at any level, whether it's subnational, national, or international. And if you'd like to discuss how such a psychosocial approach could be customized, tailored to your particular simulation or tabletop exercise, field exercise, please come up to me and say hello today or later this week. Otherwise, please feel free to take down my email address. There it is, and we could connect after the conference. I'd very much like to be of service to you and this community of practice, and I look forward to continuing the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Dr. Yusuf Al-Zaban. He's from Saudi Arabia with the title of New Concept in Emergency Preparedness and Response Capacity Building Center, offering state-of-the-art experience and resources in broad range of EPR area of specialty. Dr. Yusuf is the General Manager of Nuclear Emergency Department at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He leading effort in establishing capacity building center aimed to advance EPR capability nationally and regionally. Dr. Yusuf, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you holding up? I can see that you are half asleep or already asleep. So anyone who is sleeping, just raise your hand. Thank you so much. I will not take so much of your time, just only very short, just only 2 hours from your time. So don't worry.
It's okay.
Yeah. If I can take just one moment of your time beside of my presentations, I would like to welcome to Riyadh. I would like just to give a very strong applause of our team who made this conference successful. Our team who did not, in the past few days, did not sleep well, worked over days and nights to make your experience really not forgettable. Thank you, everyone.
8 minutes. Lost.
So my presentation is about a new concept, an emergency preparedness and response capacity building center, offering a state-of-the-art expertise and resources in a broad range of EPR area of specialization. So, what is the purpose of the Saudi CBC? It's offering a unique training system, build on and leverage the expertise and capabilities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, unite and coordinate national specialized services for training, optimize the resources that we are using, and to be dedicated for training. We have already started on the national level, going to the regional and international level of doing training courses, doing exercises, joint exercises with neighboring countries, and so on. So, our vision is to have the NRRC as a regional and international capacity building center in emergency preparedness and response for human resources development, for organization and infrastructure development, also for institutional legal framework development. These are our current facilities that we are using. So our idea is to offer these facilities for training as we use it. So on the left side, you can see our NRC Emergency Operations Center with all its equipment, its operational model, decision support system, communication tools, which offer a unique training opportunity. On the right side, you see our labs. Some of you, I can see in this room, have already visited our EUC and labs. Our labs are fully equipped with radiation lab covering the complete spectrum of analysis required in routine and emergency operation measurements. We're also offering training facilities. As you can see here, the rooms are dedicated for training and for lectures. And we have already conducted different exercises that it's part of our CBC that we offer. And we have organized different lectures and different training with the IEA starting in 2021, as you can see, with different organizations and agencies. These are the training programs that we offer, and we are now thinking of make these courses available online through the e-learning platform that we are developing to have it accessible for everyone. The conclusion that we are looking for the full implementation on the national level. The next is the discussion with regional partners to provide training in selected area and promote harmonization. And we have already started with the IEA to discuss on making the development of the practical arrangements for the Saudi CBC to have it, to offer it to the international community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yusuf, and thank you all. It is time for the question, and please, I would like to hear some question for our panelists. Any question, please? Can we have the microphone here? Just here.
Hello. I am Mohammad Zakirin from Pakistan. My question is specifically to Dominic from Canada regarding, I think, meter for training activities for medical personnel. My question is that whether the target audience, including the medical professionals, are they from certain specified medical facilities, or the training is open for all, to the personnel of all hospitals of the country? So have you specified certain people or the medical professional of certain specified hospitals, or the training is for general medical community? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's not really us who select, who get trained. Generally speaking, when there is an exercise at a nuclear power plant, for example, the hospital near the nuclear power plant is going to select people who are going to be trained. That's one way. The other way is within a city. If a city is, again, close to a nuclear power plant or a nuclear power vessel, they are going to, if there is going to be an exercise or even there is no exercise, they are going to call upon us to go to train them before the exercise. Also, some hospitals will call upon us to go and train their personnel. So it depends on situations. We generally offer 2 trainings per year. So the organization knows that Health Canada and its partners can offer this meter training, and then they ask if we are available, and then for us, it's go and provide the training, and they provide the facilities for the training. So it depends on the situations, but most it's generally geared towards exercises, and then the local authorities that are going to be involved in the exercise, making sure that their personnel is trained so that if there is an incident, they can be able to respond. So it varies.
Thank you, Dominic. Okay, another question here.
Thank you all for the presentation. It was very interesting. So I'd like to know what were the main factors for ensuring effective public communication during the Brazilian exercise?
Okay. Thank you very much for the interesting question regarding public communication. I would say that in Brazil, we have a team of specialists, experts in public communication experts who regularly give lectures to residents living near the NPP, sharing procedures to follow in a situation of emergency. But there is a specific situation regarding public communication in Angra dos Reis city. I will explain. The city of Angra dos Reis, where our NPP is situated, is a very popular tourist destination. So our public communication team should intensify its efforts in the days before the exercise, working closely to the local hotels and inns to inform the tourists about the exercise. In summary, public communication should be conducted by qualified personnel, professionals, should be continuous, in the case of Angra dos Reis, should be intensified during periods close to the exercise. And I would like to share a situation that occurred during this exercise you saw in the video in 2023, when evacuating by sea, there was a man on the beach, and he asked one of our exercise controllers that wasn't on the beach as well, regarding the authenticity of our scenario. He was quite nervous. His hand was shaking, and he inquired if it was a real emergency or just an exercise. Because in his point of view, the movement of ships, as you saw in the video, the movement of radiological decontamination teams and the other teams made it seem real. So he was a tourist, and he didn't know about the exercise. So as I said before, our communication team should intensify its efforts in the previous days before the exercise to avoid situations like that. I don't know if I answer your question.
Yes, I think it's
okay,
clear.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. If there is any question, Dr. Rao, please. Here, please.
Thank you. My question for Dr. Michael. The tabletop exercise is one of our bread and butter, just to continue to preparedness. But you are right, we neglect the human factor dimension. What kind of advice you can give us, particularly when you have to repeat this tabletop exercise with the same people? I can admit we don't evaluate the human factor. We don't look to the behavioral pattern during the exercise. What kind of advice you can give us?
Thank you very much for that question. I have perhaps two bits of advice. The first one is actually quite straightforward, and I'll make an analogy. You say that to advance these methodologies, perhaps we're not well, we aren't including the human factors currently, but I wouldn't have expected that either, because there aren't PhD social scientists contributing to the effort. You know, it's sort of like I wouldn't expect to do my own dentistry. I'm not qualified for it, and you certainly don't want a social psychologist designing your reactors. I mean, that would be totally unqualified. So if we want to hold ourselves to a high bar, we should, I'm not suggesting outsourcing the tabletop exercises, but bringing someone with PhD level expertise in social science methods. So I'm thinking first and foremost of social psychologists. Of course, that's what I am, a social psychologist, but it could also be sociologists, could even be someone, potentially economists. So, but to have someone who knows the rigorous data methodology, even something so simple as designing a survey. Believe it or not, in graduate school, I had to go through an entire semester-long course on survey design and survey administration. It's an art and it's a science. There's entire scientific journals devoted just to survey methodology. Who would have thought? I wouldn't expect anybody in this audience to know that, but a good social scientist would absolutely know that and take that component of the tabletop exercises and simulations very, very seriously. And I think you could get wonderful improvements from your tabletop exercises just by having that type of person on the team. I think that's probably the simplest advice. But if you had to do a tabletop exercise tomorrow and you didn't have time to bring anyone else on staff, I'd say at any of your decision points, ask participants to rate their own level of anxiety and their level of confidence in the decision that is being made by their team. Because even if the team then makes the correct decision or the desired outcome, you can then reflect back on the data, as I tried to suggest in the presentation, and you'll be able to find out where the vulnerabilities were. Where was there a lack of confidence? Where was there lack of confidence in the team's decision, uncertainty? Because those are the areas that you can then go back and upskill. These are the areas where you can have focused training, and you'll get a lot of, as we say in America, bang for your buck. That would be a way to train in a very targeted fashion. Thank you very much for the question.
Okay, thank you. Please, here.
Yes.
It's okay.
Thank you very much for this lovely lecture. My question actually for Dr. Jamila. I see your statistical for training. It was like you stopped it in 2025 because no student, and 24, 23, 2 or 3 students. This is the problems. What did you do to overcome this? Because this one of the answers maybe or suggestion, as Dr. Yusuf said, virtual. If you can suggest that like study virtual and they come to sit the exam with the research. At the same time, I like to transfer another question to Dr. Yusuf about his recommendation. Will it go through the medical also, or just for industrial or the people who related actually out of medical? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jimmy?
I will start answering the first part of question. Thank you for your question. The statistics is actually really small, only 5 years of existence of this program. And for us, it is experimenting period. And what we understood is that financial support is really important for most of our applicants. Because as universities in Russia, we have our target audience. Students from certain countries usually apply to our university, certain regions. And mostly, the most frequently asked question is there any financial support? Is there any scholarship? And second, what we understood is that the financial support should be targeted. For example, the grant IAEA announced the first year was not very effective because we got too much applications of just enthusiasts to study some program in another country, but not motivated students who wanted to study exactly EPR program, exactly in Russia. So this is our conclusion by now. Financial support is important. Financial support should be targeted. And we need to work with organizations, companies where these young people already work and then they want to improve their qualification, maybe a little bit change their career trajectory, and our program could help them. So this is what are we working on right now, reviewing the program and reviewing opportunities for students and capabilities of IAA internships and Rosatom scholarships.
Dr. Youssef, do you want to add something, Dr. Youssef?
Yes, thank you so much for your question. Well, to answer your question, that we have our national plan of radiological and nuclear emergency that involves 37 entities, and we are collaborating with all of them. And we are offering training to all of these entities, from the civil defense to the military to the Ministry of Health. So yes, to your question, we are offering medical response training courses, and next year, with the support of the IAEA, and with the collaboration of the Ministry of Health, we are going to conduct this course.
Thank you, Dr. Youssef. The question here, please.
Yeah, so actually I have two questions. One of them it's already asked by Dr. Roland, the second one by him, but maybe I will add something. So I know it's for you, Dr. Youssef. I know that the kingdom and you are in your way to have a CBC, and as I know it will be international one. And my question now, you will cover all the thematic area regarding to the EPR, including again the medical response, because this is one of the gaps. And you will offer this training not in the national base, but it will be in the regional and international base, or not so? Because as I said, this is one of the gaps, especially the medical one.
Yes, we have already started on the national level, and we are going to the regional level. As maybe I can announce that, we have a roadmap, Arab roadmap, that we have developed as all Arab countries, and it's already been approved last year. And in this roadmap, Saudi Arabia is taking the lead of all these countries who's involved, and we are going to offer, as part of the CBC, training for all member states that's involved. So that's our regional scope that we are going to support.
Thank you, Dr. Youssef. If there are any questions? Or I have a question for Abdelkader. Abdelkader, you talk about the integrated strategy for Morocco, and please, could you tell us more about how this strategy can address the competency gaps and fostering the regional cooperation with your regional country around Morocco?
Yes, this strategy it was established to develop the competence of staff of AMSNOR, and also for all departments involved in radiation in emergency preparedness and response. We started first time by establishing some questionnaire to know exactly for each department what there is as needs from staff. We collect a lot of data. After we have developed some program in order to respond to different organizations through training program. From this training program, we start to develop what we say capacity building center.
Okay.
To adopt. This is for national level. But also from 2019, it was initiated INET EPR, through which of the IAEA, through which we would like to share different experience from different states in order to strengthen at regional level, to exchange experience of emergency preparedness and response program or training or capabilities.
Okay.
This is still, we hope to be more developed.
Of course, Morocco has the CBC also capacity building with IA collaborated one, and I think it has many activities with the regional one.
And through this capacity building, we organize different events at regional level or at international level. So it fosters for exchange information with different states, participating states to enhance EPR capabilities in general.
Thank you so much. If there is one more question or... Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for sitting here. Thank you so much. Thank you for our panelists. Thank you so much, and thank you for to be with us today. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this privilege.